guys, welcome to my page. My name's Amber. It is late because, you know, that's what happens when I'm left to do the planning. Hello, everybody. I know you're probably going to be on the replay, but my name is Amber. Welcome to my page. I do crafting and DIYs, and we love to decorate and make pretty things around here. We like to drink lots of coffee, ramble, and just have a good time. All the things that I do. All the things that I don't necessarily do the greatest, but you know what I'm saying. Sometimes I can't see comments, so I'm going to pull this up on Facebook. All right, let's see. Let's see if I can get this to come up here. I think I might. What do we got? What do we got? I see comments. I wonder what happens if I turn my iPad this way. If I can see comments better. No, I'm really trying to. Here's the thing. I'm doing not a good thing by not wearing my glasses. But y'all, it gave me a headache. I wore them a lot yesterday and I got a headache. So if you're not sure about what we're talking about here, I went to the eye doctor and they were like, you need reading glasses. And I was like, all right, let me go get me some of those. So I went to Kroger and got some. I have regular glasses on order, like everyday glasses, but I can't do that whole like progressive lens or like whatever that, it's like the regular glasses and like the bifocal kind of blended. And I was like, that is probably not going to work for me. So I went and got reading glasses from Kroger, that Foster Grant special, you know. And they're great. I can see magical things. I can see great things with them. However, they give me a headache. But I can already tell just looking that it's super blurry. Also, I feel like my video stream is just mediocre. I don't know what it is. Hello, everybody. We did not get the laser cutter working. Sure did not. I'm really bummed about that too, because I've spent, before I left to go out of town working on it, when I got back working on it, what's up, Nancy? Y'all, they sent us a power supply. They have sent out, like, I've been troubleshooting. I spent the entire day today sitting at a computer troubleshooting what is wrong with this machine. It's not cutting. It's, let me see if the photos on my on my iPad, let me see if this syncs with my photos. Because I know most all of my devices sync. So let's see, photos. Haha. I'm gonna show you. This is what it's doing. That's a no-no. That's a no-no. So it's doing that. That little red dot is our laser that kind of lets you know where the beam's gonna go. Yeah. Nope, that's not gonna work. And then, these are all of the tests that we do. All these tests are all wrong. They're all wrong. All wrong. Let's see. Where is it? Oh, you can't see it. No, you can't see it. It's fine. It's fine. But no, it's not working. Oh, I'm not going to turn it because then I can't see. So anyways, no, it's not working. Heard about the pool. So apparently the pool is supposed to start May 15th. Most likely. I called him today. I was bothering him. He said, I'm on a job site and they're hanging a pool in the air over this lady's house and we're trying to get it set in her backyard. And I was like, well, I need to know. What's the dealio, sir? will the company replace it? Debbie, they won't replace it unless it's like, unless we've done like everything that they want us to do. So they'll do their best to warranty out items, send us replacements, do all the things that we have to do. And by the way, there's not a technician that comes out and like replaces the parts. Like we have to do it ourselves. And so we're learning the things we don't know. So it is a brand new machine. They should send, well, here's the thing. That machine was like $14,000. So it's not like you can just put it back in a box and ship it back. Like it's a major purchase and they're going to do everything that they can to fix it by sending us stuff, you know? And so, then when it gets to working, we'll be all fired up. Am I going to be able to go to the mastermind? Jennifer, I don't think that I'm going to be able to go. I really, really, really want to go. But the past 2 days alone, I'm so far behind on things. Now I will tell you, our shipping is 3 days. We have worked really hard the past 2 weeks to get our shipping to 3 days. So not that you get it in 3 days, that it takes us 3 days to fill an order and then it ships to you. This is great progress, okay? Goals that we're working towards. So, but on that side of the business, it's great. On my side of what I need to be doing, I'm behind on a lot of things. So I've got things on the marketing schedule. Like we've got to talk about the Crafty Crate. We've got to talk about like Creative Haven. Like we've got to, you know, there's like crafts I want to do and things that, I want to implement and stuff. And so, and then I also have been working on getting the apparel back in the shop. And I hit a roadblock with that because the company that I use is called Printful. And Printful is like it's called print on demand. I don't have the facilities to print on demand myself. So I use this company and they changed their shipping structure that you pay the shipping for this and then each additional item is this much money. And so my shop was not reading or receiving those settings. And so I had to call Shopify and be like, how do we get this changed? Because I don't ship this item. I do the design, send them over. They print it for me because I don't have the ability to do that. And then they ship it to the customer. But then they also purchase something else from my shop. And so there's got two different things going on and it's not the same shipping. So apparel is a totally different shipper than what we do. So anyways, learning stuff. I wish that I could make my own shirts in-house and do all that, but I number one, do not want to invest in that equipment right now to do that. So it is what it is. You know, it's the investing in all the shirts, all the sizes, multiple quantities for all the designs, using all the machine. Like I just don't have any resources to do that at this moment, nor do I have the manpower to do that. So I love the shirts too. In fact, I'm wearing one of them. This is one, I love this pink color. It's kind of faded out because I work in these and I get sweaty and nasty and yucky. But yeah, I send these designs over and then they make them and then they send them to you. I keep freezing. Well, it's not freezing here, so I don't know what the deal is. It could just be Facebook. Who knows? Who knows? But we're going to craft tonight. And I know it's the boring stuff, right? It's like a vintage pink. It really is. Oh, and I have my Be Happy mug. Love this one. Super cute. I'm a sucker for the mugs. I love it. All right, so I figured, I told y'all we were going to do some patriotic crafts. And I know how much all of you guys absolutely love the word signs that we did the spring, the family, and then I also did, I added blessed, gather, faith, and freedom. We are doing freedom. Freedom. I look cute? Well, thank you. I'm not freezing on my end, so I don't know what the deal is. Freezing here, have to keep going out and coming back in. Creative Haven is open. Yeah, I just haven't talked about it yet. It's not freezing for me. You ordered the Bless and the Gather. Well, this is the Freedom. And I want to make this because I want to put it on my kitchen bar, like not my bar. Yes, my bar, my island, my kitchen island. And I thought it'd be really cute there on the kitchen island as something just a little festive. It is not freezing on my end. I don't know what is going on for y'all, but it is not freezing for me. It hasn't frozen at all. It hasn't frozen for me either. It looks like it's a little bit not as crystal clear for me, but try going out and coming back in and see if that fixes it. It was freezing on something. I don't know, y'all. I don't know. I can't tell you. Don't know. Yeah, Creative Haven is awesome. We have a good time in there. I'll have to show you some of the projects that we've done in there, and y'all will really enjoy it. So let me go over this with you guys. There is a link to this craft kit in the description. If you're not sure how to find that, if you swipe, it should bring up the description and you'll see it right there. You were freezing on AirPlay, but not on your phone. Interesting. Okay, so you guys sprinkle this around and pass it on. Y'all know the drill. Y'all know the dealio. And I'm going to show you all the pieces before we do this. Y'all, this is adorable. This one's going to be so stinking cute. I know that it is Wednesday and people have church on Wednesday nights. I know that it takes people a while to get home. People pop on later. It is completely a-okay. But I was planning on coming on earlier, but you know who is here. You know who, Avery. And if she knows I'm in here, it'll be all she wrote. Okay, so I had to sneak in here. I'm like, girl, I gotta go do some work. So she's out there with her dad. We did not figure out the song. No, we did not. We did not. Sometimes your pieces may come with the parts still in them, just like this. Sometimes it may not. And they're super easy. Like, you just barely tap them and they just kind of fall out. If they're a little tighter, just don't break it. Just don't break it. They pop right out. But a lot of times we just pull these off the machine and we don't really pay attention to that. All right, you got any more? No. Okay. So I have been doing these word block signs, is what I call them, the wide words. And I thought they were really fun. And so I started doing random fonts of the letters and adding fun little designs in them like this. So there was a little like flower thing here and I replaced it with a star and made it look like it was like a starburst for like a firework. I thought that was fun. It was really fun. Did I craft last night? I did not, because I had a headache. I got a little bit of a headache and did not craft. I'm going to show you the order that these go in. Give me just a second to maneuver these around. There we go. So it goes F-R-E, it's a uppercase E, lowercase e, D-O-M, and that is the order of how these letters go. If you want to swap the E's, you can. It's completely up to you. It doesn't really matter. I kind of like them like this because it gives that that different variation of height, and it's really cool. So that's what we're going to do with this. So this is going to be really festive and fun. Now, I will tell you that this is a word that you could leave out year round. It doesn't have to be for 4th of July. When I do a lot of this stuff, I really want you guys to be able to get the most bang for your buck so that you can use this for a longer period of time. I really want you to be able to do that. And then you have all these little pieces right here, okay? So these are different heights. They're different widths. They are all just different, okay? Then you've got this piece here that you glue all of them on top of. And I did not make this with notches for a reason. I've had a lot of people ask me, why didn't you put notches in that so we can just stick them in a place? Because I wanted you to be able to stagger them if you wanted to. Go straight across, glue them all together as one word. I wanted you to be able to do whatever you wanted to be able to do to customize the placement of this. That way you can have a little bit more creative expression with it. So that is why there are no notches. There's no tabs for it to like go into a slot. They just kind of glue down. Okay. So hopefully that makes sense. All right. What happened? Hi, Deborah. All right, y'all. You're having trouble with what? I'm having trouble ordering on your store. Do you know what I can do? Marlene, go to the shop and shop for whatever you want to purchase. And then when you're done, on your phone, there's going to be like little lines. There might be a little like shopping bag thing. And you're going to click on that to check out right there. When you go to check out, it's going to ask you to create an account if you do not have one. When you do that, it's going to ask you how you want to pay. So Shopify has an app called Shop Pay. So if you download the Shop Pay app and you log into that, then it stores all your information. And Shop Pay is really good because not only if you shop my store through Shop Pay or the Shop app, anybody else who has a Shopify store, which is basically the platform where it's kind of like, you know, eBay, you go in there, create a thing, except I get to create my own shop. Like I own it on Shopify's platform. It's mine. It's not like a marketplace. So then you can shop with other people's stores through the Shop app. You don't necessarily have to go to my website. Now I will tell you on the Shop app, not all the stuff moves over to the Shop app. Okay. There's stuff that's just for whatever reason, I don't know why it does that. But it will allow you to pay, track your item, and shop. The Shop app is really cool because when you order and it's telling you to track your stuff, it sends you like push notifications to tell you stuff where we just send you emails when things go out. The app actually notifies you and tells you, hey, this is on its way. Here's your tracking. You can click it. You can do all the things and you can kind of manage all of your purchases from multiple shop owners in the Shop app. So we're working on getting our own app through Comment Sold. I told you I really want to use Comment Sold. That way it'll be super easy for you guys to purchase things like this. Instead of trying to find the link, you could just type in sold and whatever number it is. Like there's ways that we're trying to make things easier and better, and we're just not there yet, but we're working on it. So once you go there, it's going to give you options on how do you want to pay, how do you want to register your account. And then you may or may not have to verify your email before it will allow you to complete it. And then it's going to ask you if you're a robot because we don't like bots, right? And you're just going to check that box. It may pop up something. It just depends on your phone. If you have an Apple or an Android, it's going to tell you like how you're going to like show that you're not a robot. And then once you complete that, you just follow all of the steps. And when you get to the very last page, right before you hit checkout, if you have a coupon code, it's going to say discount code apply. You put your code in there, and even under each item, if you guys go read the descriptions, under the item where it says add to cart, you can also quickly just go ahead and drop your discount code in there for that, and it will automatically move it over to your cart. So there's a lot of things that people don't realize that are positive things in the shop to help you. Like Damon's site, kind of. Yeah, Damon does Comment Sold. Vanessa, I believe, from I'll Be Crafty, she just started implementing it. And we want to start adding that too. And so we learn a lot of the same things at Mastermind. So we start implementing a lot of the same things. And that's why you see a lot of people that look like they're copying each other. It's because we're helping each other. just the funniest thing I've ever heard is when people are like, you just copy everyone. We're business owners. We're supposed to do the businessy things, you know? So I think it's super easy to order too. I think it's easier to do it on a desktop than it is a mobile phone, but you know, it is what it is. So this is what we got right here. FREEDOM. And then you're going to have all these little pieces right here. Okay. Now I've decided to go ahead and do this on Patriotic. Like I said, you can make this super neutral. You do not have to make it look patriotic, but you can totally do this with your own creative ideas. Okay. Not to worry. So if you do not want to purchase my craft kits, you certainly do not have to. You're welcome to stay here and hang out with us. You're welcome to sprinkle this along. You're welcome to be a part of our conversations. No purchase necessary to hang out with us, but I will tell you, regardless of whether you purchase something, I always try to find some way to inspire you, some way to spark some interest and creativity. I always try to share suggestions on alternatives, on things that you can do to just help, you know, you keep crafting. That's the greatest part of creativity is some people don't have that automatic thinker that just goes off the radar with all these ideas. But when they get into conversations with other people, regardless of what's being crafted, you can be inspired. Thoughts can just drop in your mind. You can just have an imagination. And so that is, you know, one of my goals is to inspire you. So, thank you for being here. That is my presentation. I wish I had a better presentation, but y'all, it's hard. It is hard to try to like not like that, but like to like promote yourself when, you know, it's like you feel like you know everything and you know how great it is and how much people will just love it if they just did it or bought it or whatever, or gave it a chance. But then you have to realize that like not everybody has it in their budget to do a lot of things. So it's hard sometimes to not feel super spammy and silly. Do you want to come say bye? Okay. Could she say bye?
Yeah.
Bye. Hey, can I sit that down for just a second?
Yeah.
Okay. You can say bye.
Hi.
I will see you next time.
Oh, okay.
Did you have fun riding your scooter?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you have the hiccups? I had the hiccups the other night.
Yeah, she was.
Were you out there heckling? Were you heckling? Were you? All right, you want to say bye, friends? No? Okay, you just say bye to me. All right, I love you, babe. Be good for your dad, okay?
Food. I'm gonna catch that food.
The what?
That food that I caught.
The fur?
Yeah.
Oh, honey, it's just fuzz.
Oh.
It's floating in the air.
I caught the fuzz.
You caught the fuzz? Okay. Well, I'm going to finish my crafting and you're going to go with your dad, okay?
Okay.
All right, I'll see you next time.
Okay.
Take this with you.
Okay.
All right. Bye, boo.
You get a little wiggly.
Come on, baby.
I get a little wiggly.
Come on, baby.
Ooh.
Upside down.
It did go upside down.
Hey, come on.
Will you shut that, Zach?
Yep.
Thank you. I am shocked that she happily is going home. You voted again today? Well, thank you. Appreciate that. All right, so we're going to start sanding and painting, and somebody had an idea. I cannot remember who it was, so forgive me if I catch this wrong, but somebody had said that we should do the red with that denim look, and so I'm going to try it. I don't know how it's going to go, but I'm going to try it. And I think it might be cute. Okay, we are going to make us some stain to use. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get that mixed so it can be sitting over there stewing. I'm using the burnt umber. I love the denim look. I think it's really awesome. I know that it's typically with the lighter color, so we shall see how this goes. All right, I need to get my mixing brush. going to use this one. Finish your beehive. I saw that. I saw that. Y'all, the beehive is so fantastic. I'll have to show you where I put it in my house. Red denim and blue denim. Maria, I'm going to try my hand at this. I don't know how it's going to go, but I'm going to try to do all of these with a really cool look. Love the new glasses. Vicky, I got them at Kroger. Kroger special, them Foster Grants. Foster Grants. I had to get me a new bag of baby wipes too. What's up, Gina? Yes, Beverly, it was you. Yes. Yes. What is my business name to vote for? It should say on there, Amber Strong DIY. And it should say the maker's map. It's right there. I gotta scoot up a little bit. Got some scooch. Did you guys figure out the song? Sure did not. Love the little sander. Where do you purchase them? Amazon. So I ordered some from Amazon and I actually went and got some from Lowe's. They are just over the counter. Yeah, they're just reading glasses. These are plus 1.25. Yeah, they say Foster Grant plus 1.25. Yep. All right, we're going to do a light sand on all of these. And I think what I want to do, I'm going to have to figure this out for sure. I was just thinking, okay, do I want to do blue background with red and white letters? Who's behind those Foster Grants, right? I never heard of them until I went to Kroger. But that commercial sounds familiar. Yours are over the counter. Hey, there is no shame in that. You know, people get kind of wrapped up in like designer, and I've done this. That designer look for less. Designer look for less. I mean, I do it all the time with the way that we decorate. We always want a designer look for less. And so there is nothing wrong with that. Hi, Carol. So I really want to do the blue background, and then I also want to do the letters with kind of a really cool distress. Also, we're going to see how it's going to go. Hi, Sarah. Hello, Corrine. Thank you guys for being here. All right, so what's our topic of the night? I feel like that's the thing, is we pick a topic and we talk about it. And so usually I come with all the topics, and the other night we got wrapped up on what's our favorite memory or something. I don't even remember what it was. And y'all, it led us down a rabbit hole. I do have prescription glasses on order. They're just the regular everyday glasses, because when I take these off, I still have to wear glasses. I just didn't want to do the progressive glasses. This is going to be really fun. You sprinkled, thank you. You wear specialty contacts and wear reading glasses from Avon. Oh, interesting. Interesting. I didn't think about that. I've had contacts before and I just didn't like them. My fun, a poll topic, when? Sandra. I feel like never. Honestly, I do. I feel like it's never. I feel like we're never going to get our pool. So today I called him and was like, hey, I'm supposed to go out of town. I really don't think that I'm going to go out of town. But hey, can you tell me when? What's up, Ashton? Hey, girl, hey. I was not very excited to hear him say, well, it's likely going to be the 15th because there are 2 pools ahead of us. Ooh, what's my favorite recipe? My favorite recipe. Oh my gosh. Okay, I have several. My favorite recipe for like comfy food is my homemade pizza. Absolutely hands down. Love that. My favorite breakfast recipe, I make the best, and I'm not even a cook, y'all. But when I do stuff, I really try to do my best at it. There's a quiche. It's like, it's basically a bacon quiche. That's what it is. So I take a pie crust and I get the peppered bacon and the thick cut, and I do like extra bacon. And then I put cheese in it, and then I put the eggs, salt and pepper, and then I do just a little bit of spinach in there, and it is so freaking amazing. And I love that. I love that for breakfast. The other thing that I really like is my grandma used to make, we talked about this for my birthday, which I don't have the recipe to make it, or I would have probably made it myself. Was my grandma made, and I don't know if it's her recipe or some recipe she got from someone, because I just learned about it from her, is a French silk pie. She makes the best French silk pie. And so my favorite recipes, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started, because there is plenty. And then there was another, oh, our new favorite recipe is the potato soup with the gravy and the chicken broth. It's the O'Brien potatoes, country gravy mix, and like chicken bouillon with water like mixed up. And we put like rotisserie chickens from like the deli, the rotisserie chickens in it. And oh my goodness, it's so good. Oh my goodness. So good. Can't even take it. Can't even take it. How good it is. The chocolate lasagna is pretty good. That is not, yeah, none of these are really necessarily, I would say, my recipes, because I feel like they're inspired by someone. But quiche is just a thing that's been around forever. But I really like to do homemade pizza a lot. The soup recipe, if you look up on Google, go to Google and look up O'Brien potato soup with country gravy mix, you'll find it. It's super easy. It's one bag of O'Brien potatoes from the freezer section, one like powder pack of country gravy mix, and I want to say like 32 ounces of the chicken broth, and they tell you to make it with the better than bouillon or something like that. I don't remember, but how many eggs are in my quiche? Probably enough for a heart attack. Probably enough for a heart attack, because I make a whole pie. I can't remember. I remember none of those things. I'm not kidding when I tell you that. But it is so good. What crust do you use for your homemade pizza? It's Pillsbury or just a Great Value or like Kroger brand. I don't know what Kroger brand is, but y'all look, I got an imperfection on mine. I'll just worry about it later. So it's not the thin crust pizza dough or pizza crust. You're not an egg person. I'm not really an egg person either, but I love the quiche because it's like, I can't explain it. I can't explain it, y'all. I just can't. It's so good. It's so good. Next question, please. I feel like I'm on the episode of 20 questions. Y'all, we need some interesting things to talk about because most people just want to hear me talk about drama. And I'd rather talk about drama elsewhere. Which, by the way, probably this week we'll be talking about drama. Just not here. And that's going to disappoint people. People are going to be excited to hear what I got to say, and some people are going to be like, girl, you just need to let it go. With the things that are being talked about, this sis is not letting it go, okay? The sister here is not letting it go because I'm just more and more dumbfounded every time I hear, is it true? No. Just saying. People are like, don't come with the drama. And some people are like, I'm only here for the drama, to be entertained. I find this entertaining. I love those people. I feel like I should make the blue. No, I'm just gonna wait to make the blue. I'm gonna wait to make the blue until I truly know what our plan is. Ooh, green chilies. That sounds pretty nice. When are my sisters going to craft again? We just crafted the other day. Well, I crafted and they were just kind of there. They were just kind of there. I love French toast. I do. They finished fixing things in my house? No. No, they did not. Unfortunately. All right, we're going to start staining all of these pieces brown, and we're just going to go to town with that. Are you a Crime Stories fan? Oh my gosh, where have you been all my life? Yes, if you did not know that, I love documentaries. I love listening to Emily Baker. In case y'all did not know who she is, Emily Baker is amazing. She is a pop culture guru, but she is like a legal analyst. She is a former like prosecutor or district attorney or whatever. She's super smart. She's fantastic. And I love that she does live trial coverage. And she also covers things that help us to understand like our legal rights, the legal system, understanding like just how to protect ourselves. And she handles a variety of cases. Sometimes it's a celebrity. Sometimes it's Alex Murdaugh. Just saying. I love listening to her. But then I also love to watch documentaries. The evolution of things, a true story, based on a true story. I don't really necessarily like the stories that are played out by actors. I really like when the real people are like interviewed. They tell the storyline. You get to follow the timeline. It's kind of like you follow along, and then you feel like you have an understanding of like, wow, this of what the world is like made up of and stuff. So yes, I love true crime. I do. Love the series. I read the book long before. Virgin River. Yes, I thought that was a great series. Now, I do love to watch series. I do love to watch a good series. Listen to her. Love documentaries too. Well, let me tell you, she does have a potty mouth, and she will tell you she has a potty mouth. What company is putting in my pool? Pride Pools. They are in, oh, Gina, you know, they're over at the 204 exit here in Savannah. Well, I'm in Rankin. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying. But I will tell you, Gina, that there is a little over a year waiting list. So if you're wanting to get a pool, you better reach out to them and tell them, because you got to get on the waiting list. You only have to put down 5%. Yes, you know them. Awesome. You only have to put down 5% to put your name on the waiting list for that company. Yeah. All right. Staining, staining, staining. This would be really cool with the woods and whites look. She does. Yeah. She does. And the thing is here's the thing. We've talked about this before. And I know that it is controversial. And it stirs up a lot of opinions when I talk about this. Okay. It stirs up a lot of opinions. Did you see the series on Netflix? I did not watch that. I started watching the first episode and I just could not get into it. I don't know why. It just wasn't for me. But I did start watching the series Sweet Tooth, and I found it super interesting. And I have like 2 episodes left. What was the other question? There was something else. What was the other? I had a thought on my mind. Oh, so topic of discussion. So we're going to talk about it. And we're going to have mixed opinions on this one. Mixed opinions. And people are just going to not know what to think. Probably. Some of y'all probably would understand why I think the way that I think. And some people are just going to be like, girl, just don't do it. I don't say that I do it. I'm not saying that I haven't done it because I know that I have. But language, like cursing and foul language. I'm a nosy neighbor. And so I think to myself, okay, English was not even English in Jesus's day. Okay. So back in the day, there was none of the way that we talk. There just wasn't. In fact, if I remember correctly, when I was in doing some different Bible studies way back in the day, we would learn about like how the Bible is interpreted from like this language Aramaic into like different Hebrew interpretations and so on and so forth. And then we have English, the English language. So I just think to myself, okay, if we were to write a list of cuss words down, where did they originate from? Were they found in the Bible? If they're a grouping of letters put together and we humans have decided the meaning of them, this is where my brain goes into, I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. It makes me think all the things. You know what I'm saying? So then I start thinking to myself, who decided any of this stuff? I'm not trying to say, oh, it's just a word and it's okay to just do whatever the heck you want and say what you want. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, doesn't it make you wonder, like, what in fact determines the word to be derogatory? Because I could make up I could merge 2 words together and then turn around and tell you tomorrow that was a cuss word. And then you would just only know that because that's what I told you. Like, you see what I'm saying? So I have not really truly done any research into the language aspect of things. But she believes that they're words. And I have always kind of struggled with like the origination of like this. Well, clearly English was not the first language. You know what I'm saying? I've thought about it so much and I just am like, who decided that? Who was sitting around at a table or something like this and was like, oh, that is a bad word. That's a bad word. I heard it means this. And they're like, oh my gosh. Just taking people's word for it. Like, I don't know what the scenario is, but it does make my mind think. And it doesn't mean that I want to be rebellious. It means I want to have an understanding of like, based on us humans, what the heck? Because I think about that so much. I'm like, the people from the Bible days, they were not going around saying, yo, bro, that's popping. could think of all the slang terms or like urban words. I'm thinking to myself, I wonder how many things that we say that if you broke it down in the Hebrew translation, the meaning, Lord, half of us probably won't go to heaven. It just makes me think like that. Anyways, it's just a conversation. Like that topic alone just gets people fired up. As soon as somebody starts making it sound like you're defending cussing, they're like, I'm out of here. I can't support this. This is just all wrong. It's just curiosity. Curiosity isn't wrong. You know what I'm saying? But it's that mindset of like, it's just that, it's that red zone that people don't like to enter into for the conversation. I don't know. It's just my thoughts. But I'm just curious, has anybody else thought those things? I don't know what the answer is. And I struggled with all of that when I was raising my own kids with words. Like, that's a bad word. Why is it a bad word? Because I said so. That's not a reason. It's not a reason. So now my kids now freely think for themselves, you know. It says don't use the Lord's name in vain. That is true. But I have said Jesus in a way where I'm like, oh my Jesus. Stuff like that. And I know that's probably just giving the example makes a person's like skin crawl, you know? Hey, Vivian, I agree. And you know what's funny is there's some people who will use certain words in other countries and there are different meanings there than they are for us. That's a good question, right? The Turkish language? I just don't know. I'm so like, well, I mean, follow your conviction of your heart, I guess. That's the thing that I feel like is the best answer is follow your convictions. Follow your convictions, because here's how I feel truly. And this is going to probably make some people upset. What's up, darling? What's up, darling? Some people are going to get upset. I feel like the Bible gives us the 10 Commandments. And you know, I feel like it's not that I'm watering down Christianity, but I do feel like this. We have far more things to worry about in life than whether or not somebody said the B word. And that's just my 2 cents on that. I have a different opinion. I feel like we are all over here, all kind of worried about what somebody, you know, I just think about like Emily Baker. She uses the F word. She says the F word. And if you have little ears, please don't listen to her when your little ears are around. But I also think to myself, I don't know. It's that struggle of like your beliefs, of like your convictions, of how you were raised, justifying of behavior. Like, I'm certainly not trying to like justify any of that by no means, but I do feel like it is a conversation that is going to be that conversation among many others that we have that we will just never truly know for sure, like what the right answer is. And I feel like that's where we just kind of have to go with our convictions of what we feel convicted by. Some people feel like if you are a smoker and you're a Christian, you are definitely going to hell. I was a Christian who smoked. I didn't think I was going to hell. Because I feel like whether we smoke cigarettes or we overeat, or we indulge in things of any sort of comparison. Like, really? Really? Gosh, if I'm the only one, like, I just, and that's where these conversations get super, like, iffy with people, and they don't want to be a part of those conversations, because then I'm that lenient Christian who's just influencing people to just go be sinners. That's not what I'm saying. And if you're not mature enough to understand that, I don't really know how to have that conversation with you. But you know yourself. You know who you are. You're grown. You pay your own bills. You make your own choices. You drive your own car. You put on your own pants. You buy your own food. You cook your own dinner. You got your own mortgage. You are a responsible adult to think for yourself. You don't need to worry about what my thoughts are on nothing. Just a conversation. Doesn't need Amber's not giving you permission to do anything. But I'm simply telling you that I think about this stuff. I think about it a lot. And then, y'all, I'm not even going to get to craft tonight. I'm trying to, like, it gets my mind going. Okay? It gets my mind going. Then I think about, I just watched that series, The Way Down. Did y'all watch it whenever we were talking about it? It's a documentary. I believe it's on Hulu. Maybe I'm wrong. Is it on Hulu or HBO Max? It's one of the two. It's called The Way Down. And her name is Gwen. Can't remember her. Gwen something. Oh my gosh. Gwen. I'm going to have to look it up because I'm drawing a blank. Gwen. Let me tell you about Gwen, y'all. Gwen Shamblin. Shamblin. She had a television ministry. I'm gonna pull her up. I'm gonna pull up her Wikipedia. The higher the hair, the closer to Jesus. That's all I'm gonna say. And I'm definitely not trying to poke fun at nobody. Gwen Shamblin. I can't get any zoomier than that. Okay? That's her. Okay? She has an undergraduate degree in dietetics and a master's degree in food and nutrition with an emphasis in biochemistry from the University of Tennessee. She was a registered dietitian, consultant, and faculty member at Memphis State University for 5 years. She also worked in the city's Tennessee Department of Health for 5 years. Was raised Church of Christ. She had 2 children and 7 grandchildren. She was the author and creator of The Way Down Workshop, WEIGH, The Way Down Workshop. You've got to watch this. That is a can of hairspray a day. Facts. Now, listen, to each their own. There are people that I know that literally will, like, tease it to the extra, okay? She began weight control consulting practice in 1980. She had struggled with her weight in college. And then, from the documentary's perspective, she had this epiphany from God that she was going to start a Way Down ministry. And it was going to be losing weight based on the Bible. It resulted in the rumors that people basically starved themselves. They literally fasted themselves to death because Jesus did not love fat people. Debbie, girl, you missed it. The program was offered in about 600 churches in 35 states. The program was in more than 1,000 churches in 49 states, Great Britain, Canada, by January of 1995. Did some of y'all remember this? You watched that documentary, right? The program had grown to 5,000 churches, with 10% located in her home state of Tennessee. Approximately 8 churches in Britain were hosting workshops in December of 1996. My first child was born in December of 1996. Some participants in the U.S. held meetings in their homes. Then it says Shamblin founded the Remnant Fellowship Church in Franklin, Tennessee. The church building was completed in 2004 on 40 acres that she had purchased in Brentwood, Tennessee. Upon her death in 2021, it was found that Shamblin's will left none of her multi-million-dollar fortune to her church. Shamblin published the Way Down Diet book and advised readers to use spirituality to avoid overeating. In 1997, the book sold 1.2 million copies. And we're worried if I might cuss or if I might have a tattoo. We're worried about foul language and questionable. Like, I don't think that the Lord wants us to be worrying about spirituality and overeating as a diet plan. Personally. Of course, this is personally my 2 cents. Shamblin wrote Rise Above in 2000 and Exodus Devotional in 2002. Shamblin sent an email to her followers saying that she believed that the doctrine of the Trinity was not biblical in August of 2000. Well, that right there, friends, for me. No thanks. In response, some evangelical churches dropped her program. Wait a second. This is spiritual avoidance of overeating that these churches are adopting. But as soon as she's like, I'm not really sure about the whole Trinity. They're like, oh, we're going to drop you for that one. But we're not seeing the red flags with people starving themselves for Jesus. So I have a real problem with the true understanding of like what Christian faith is, what it means to be a Christian, the Christian teachings. And I am not called to be any sort of Christian leader whatsoever. Okay, I can barely be a saved human, let alone a leader of things. So I have a hard time with this. Sister, okay, sis here. Let's go and see how let's see. I have an opinion, don't mean it's true. Or don't mean that other people have to agree with it. Hang on. Her genre was self-help, nonfiction, Christian literature. Let's go back just a smidge. Go back just a smidge. Give me just a second. We're going to craft, I promise. Okay. So just a little Google search. Her company, Shamblin's diet program, Way Down Workshop, became a multi-million-dollar corporation amassing over $20 million in revenues every year. At the time of her death in 2021, the total valuation of her company was close to $80 to $100 million, and Shamblin, her husband, had full ownership of it. Here's the thing. I do believe that God does not want us to have a poverty mindset. I believe that he wants to bless us abundantly, and he wants us to be amazingly fulfilled with riches. Okay. And that could be a number of ways. We could be rich in our health. We could be rich in our mindsets. We could be rich in our exercise, like assets, but we could also just be rich in our salvation. Okay. But I believe that he wants to bless us, and I just cannot get with the poverty mindset. Okay. was never meant to have anything more than I already have. I'm not going to chase my dreams because it's just not meant for me. Like, I don't believe in that nonsense. And I'm a pursuer of things. Like, I am an overcomer. I can achieve. God says he wants to bless me abundantly. Okay. He wants my cup to be overflowing. And then I can give it to others too, and like spread it around, which is what I freely try to do, is freely give to other people. But what I don't understand about this is how you started a church and you did not leave a single dime to your church. So then it makes me start thinking, says where my thinker gets thinking, like, is there such thing as cuss words? I don't really know. But there is. I mean, I'm sure that there probably is. I don't truly know the whole deepest meaning of that. I would need to take a class. Like some church needs to, maybe there is a class on what does the Bible say about cuss words? Where do they originate from? And I want an unbiased person who doesn't have an agenda to like whatever, but just truly break it down with like no motive, but to just tell the truth. Because I would love to be a part of that class. Because I have questions about stuff, y'all. I want to write a question paper down of like all the things I want to know about that I just don't know enough about to know. And at the end of the day, I feel like it just boils down to personal conviction, studying the word. What is your relationship with God? What do you feel about that? And then you just have to worry about just trying to be a good Christian the best you can, because you can be upholding the flower mouth. That's what I like to call it. You have the pretty mouth. The mouth that doesn't speak any cursing. You don't yell. You talk real sweet, but you're a liar. God don't like that either. So again, I take issue with a lot of things. And these are just my personal thoughts. I don't raise my voice. I don't cuss. I'm the sweetest person on the planet, but I will lie. I will lie to you. Makes you think, don't it? Makes you think. This is how I get lost in thoughts. I'll be often lost in thoughts land. He wants our obedience. Yes, he does. I'm lost in my thoughts. I stopped literally mid wiping to have that whole conversation because I was like asking me about documentaries and true crime. Girl, don't even ask me those questions. Yes, the Bible does say don't let any unwholesome talk come from your mouth. However, let's go back to the Bible and decide what is unwholesome. Because English language, again, it goes right back around to my understanding of we did not have English back then. So there are some people who cannot even read a certain translation of a Bible because they just believe that it's completely rewritten. Do you see what a lost world we live in? I can't read that NIV Bible. I feel like it's too edited and altered. People literally believe that. I just am like, I don't know what the answer is. Intent. I mean, it's true. It's true, y'all. I feel like this is just a good thing to, like, how do we think about this? Can I get lost in thought once a week? Listen, I get lost in thought all day. I get lost in thought every single day. This is what I'm talking about when I'm like, I'm not a good person to be like on task for things because I will literally ramble off into the abyss. I will think about something, then I'll start breaking it down like a complex math problem. Long division, that's me. We're talking about true crime over here, and we've ended up with like is cussing a sin? Is it a real thing? Who made it up? Like, went all these different directions because that's how my brain works. And some people are just like, you are too ADD for me. But me, I'm like, it's exploration of ideas. I will be awake at 3 a.m. trying to figure this out. Me too. Sometimes I'm like, God, just hit me with a verse. Drop me a verse, Jesus. Show me where it is. And then I feel like he's up there with his cup of coffee. He's up there in his, y'all, please understand my humor and just how my personality is. Every time I talk to God and I ask him questions, I feel like he is up there with his cup of coffee too. Because I feel like Jesus loves coffee. He's sitting in his throne. He's got his Crocs on. His feet are kicked back. He has got his cozy blanket. He has got his leg crossed over the other, and he has got his elbow on his chair, and he is sitting here, and he is rolling his eyes, and he is just looking down. And then he's just like, uncrosses his leg, and then looks over, and then just like takes his foot and just like pushes me. Be like, scoot on along, sis. I ain't got no answers for you today. Keep on wondering all the things you're wondering. Come back later. And then he just is like, because I think he just finds it humorous, the things that he sends me on rabbit trails about. He could be settling a lot of stuff in my mind. He has all the answers up there, and he ain't bringing me nothing. I'll open the Bible. I'll read the word. You know what I find? More questions. More questions. Oh, he has a sense of humor. 100%. Maybe not the way that I see his sense of humor, but 100% he has a sense of humor. Absolutely. Because here's the thing. If he knows me and he knows every hair on my head and he knows every sort of aspect about me and he has every sort of aspect about everybody else, you know that the Lord above has to have some mega sense of humor. Like a more mega than we've ever experienced. How else would he know how to create us the way that he did? Good and bad. I wonder if God has ADD, like attention issues. I mean, I think about that often when I'm like, why do we have so many animals? Did he get bored? Did he get distracted? Did he think of a new idea? This is where my mind is. Be like, oh, that there elephant, I bet you I can make a hippo. Ha ha! Let me make me a hippo. And I just keep sending. Just keep wiping. Just keep doing. As my brain just wonders. Do y'all ever think those things? Do you guys ever think the stuff that I literally think out loud with y'all? Does it ever cross your mind, this weird stuff? Like, why are there so many animals? Why? I mean, I know we need a lot of them. Why do we need 87 million versions of a bird? I think he was bored. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I think back to like Noah's Ark and all. Like, I know you needed like 2 of everything. But did you have like 4 species of zebra? Did you have like 18 different like gorilla, zebra, like species? No, probably not. Probably not. But it does make me think. So I think that one day we'll have answers, but it's probably not today. You just try not to think about it. You have your own issues. Hey, I have my own issues too, but you know what? I need a good, interesting distraction sometimes. I have plenty of problems in life and issues to worry about. But I also enjoy being a free thinker, to explore curiosity and just think about other things. And it's fun to think about other things. It's fun to not have to worry about my issues for 2 or 3 hours. And I believe that God creates those ideas and distractions to get our minds off of the issues. So, that's my 2 cents on that. But I understand what you're saying. I love the distractions too. Look, we just had how long? How long have we been here having this conversation? And we've just talked about some random stuff, and maybe you hadn't spent 20 seconds or 20 minutes thinking about your problem of the day because you were so wrapped up in the 14 topics we just discussed in 20 minutes because I can't stay on task. You know, some people do come to craft and chat and hang out because they want a distraction. They want a new topic to discuss. They want a new personality or whatever it may be, whatever their reason is. I don't know, but I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But I have a lot of issues and problems that I'm facing in my life. And some of y'all have no idea, and some of y'all have all the knowledge. Some of y'all don't even have a single clue that I even have any problems in life. Most people show here for the crafting. They come once in a while, they visit, they hang out, they have no clue what's going on. And then some of y'all know all the tea. And so, I think that sometimes we need a distraction. We need that time to just be distracted. It's all good. But I do think about that stuff. I love true crime though. Love it. I love conversations that spark ideas. And I'm a super curious person. Super curious. You have 28 bunnies, plenty to distract. Hell, girl, how did you get 28 bunnies? You came looking for the crafts and enjoy the conversation? Well, hey, I mean, we're sitting here waiting for stuff to dry. What else we gonna do? Sit in silence? Y'all do that enough at home. That's just my thoughts. Now I can sit here and say nothing and dry this. April, these are Foster Grant. Foster Grant drugstore version. Oh, well, they are bunnies. Oh, gosh. You're watching from the hospital. Oh, my goodness. Well, I hope you feel better. I hope you feel better. The letters are from my shop. These are a kit from my shop that you can purchase. Fran, I like my conversations too. I think my conversations are pretty interesting. I'm an ordinary person, but I think that I have interesting qualities, topics. If that's the one thing I say that I probably do have is that I have my own beliefs on things, but I also am like, oh, I disagree with that. I think different. But hey, listen, I respect your belief in that. I respect a person's belief that they can choose to believe the things they want to believe. But I also like to be able to share and converse with people where it's like, oh, you believe that way? Well, I believe this. Or you think that, I think this. And we're able to hear each other out and then just kind of decide to move forward. I'm not trying to sway anyone to ever be like, oh, well, I totally believe, you know, the way that you do now. Like I'm not here to like convert people. Like I'm not here to convert people. I'm just here to converse with people. Have conversations. And I will tell people when I think that they're wrong, especially if I think that they're wrong about something that I know personally about myself and they believe otherwise. And I'm like, I'm with myself. I know that is absolutely not true about myself or about a certain situation, because if I'm present for it, I surely can speak as a witness. But I don't know. I don't know. I just think different. All right, so let's do this now. Let's go ahead into the next step of our project, which we'll probably have a new conversation when we start painting. Okay, so my thought was to do the background blue and the letters red or white, red, white, red, white, red, white. And do them red, white, and blue. Or red and white letters on a blue background. Or I thought, do we do a red background and do white and blue letters? But then I thought, I don't really think I'm going to like that. So I think I'm going to go with a blue background with the red and white letters because I feel like that might be better. But then I'm like, maybe we should do red background with the blue and white. Then I'm like, that's a lot of red. It's a lot of red. So I'm just going to go with what my gut tells me, and which is just do the blue background. I'm cracking you up with my conversation tonight. Listen, I spend a lot of time keeping my opinion to myself. And for a very, very, very long time. Y'all should know, if y'all been here for a while, do y'all remember when we hung out in the old house when I was still in the bedroom before I got the craft building in the backyard? And we would just sit for hours and talk about random stuff. Half the time, I would not even give any directions on what the heck we're doing because we were so wrapped up in different conversations because we're so nosy about each other. We're nosy about life. And I would just talk and talk and talk. And people enjoyed the talking. And we would start with a small group of people, and then it grew to a bigger group of people, and then more and more people wanted to talk and craft and chat. And then people got real nasty. Would you just stop talking and get to the crafting? I'm sorry, but that is so boring. I cannot just sit here and craft and be like, okay, we're painting this red. Cue the elevator music. We can't be entertaining 24 hours a day. So how about we just be ourselves? You know what I'm saying? So anyways. Oh, I'm supposed to be getting the blue. Y'all look at me. And then drama happened. Okay? Then drama happened in my life. And then I went on what I refer to as retreat. I retreated, and then I just became super quiet, but not like completely quiet. I just go back and watch my videos for the past year and a half. Just look at how my demeanor has had to change because of crap that I'm going through, and just go back. Y'all, it's all there for you to see. Many times I don't even talk about stuff. Many times I don't even share things. I'm still real upset. I'm still real irritated. I still have a whole lot of stuff that I want to say. I still want to do it as classy as I possibly can while still advocating for something that I feel strongly about. Okay. I feel like I've had to censor myself Because people don't like to be offended. People just don't like to be offended. It is what it is. People want to be all up in your business, and then they're offended that you ran your mouth about your business. I've learned that too. It's like a double standard. It is really like a double standard. Okay, we're gonna add black. Where's my favorite place to shop for house things? Everywhere. 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 I love the at-home store. I love Kirkland's. I love Hobby Lobby. I mean, I like to shop at a bunch of different things. Yeah. So I've really, I've really spent the past, I don't know, it's probably been 3 weeks. And so if you're on the replay of this video, bless you, especially if you're a new person, because this will be a tutorial that you can watch on the replay. You'll have a great conversation to listen to while you're crafting this craft kit. Let me tell you. You may want to turn the sound off. I don't know. You may want to listen to it 100 times. It's completely up to you how you want to listen to this video on replay. But I've really, really, really struggled with my thoughts on things. And I've become wishy-washy. I'm wishy-washy. I don't want to be wishy-washy. I don't want to create double standards where I say one thing and I do another, because that's just ridiculous. That's not setting a good example for nobody. That's that do as I say, not as I do, or don't pay attention to the men behind the curtain. I don't want to be that person. And so I've thought about things that I've said, things that I've done, things that I've said I would or wouldn't do, things that I said that I would do. And so I finally got a minute of a break from this whole court case that I'm at a resting place in that situation where I cannot have that be the constant on my mind, because y'all, you have no idea what I experienced with that whole thing. No one could possibly, no, there's people who could understand and relate. Absolutely, 100%. I have never in my entire life, and I'm just going to be real honest. So just going to be honest. If you don't know what's going on, it's okay. It's okay if you don't know. But these are real thoughts and real feelings that I'm sharing with you because I really thought them and really felt them. For 5 months, I spent every day, day and night, worried about false allegations that landed me being arrested and put in jail. 100%. Because I was already falsely accused in the first place. And then if I violate that thing, then I go to jail. Because if you violate that, then it's considered criminal and they will arrest you. They won't just give you a ticket. They won't just bring you to court. They will literally arrest you. And I was already being accused. You violated this. You said this. You did this. We're calling the cops. So-and-so and so-and-so. The police are going to come and arrest you if you don't so-and-so. I have the text messages. I have the threats. For 5 months. And I sit here and think to myself, this is that conversation where I'm what did I stand for before this? What would I have said to someone else before this? If this was happening to someone else, they came onto a video and were typing in this is what I'm going through, I would be oh my gosh, what would I say? What would I do? What would I, what would I stand for? And I sit here and I say nothing because it might make me look bad. just to talk about it. Oh, she's just on there talking about drama. Yeah, because people are going through real drama. You know, people are wrongfully accused and arrested, or just wrongfully accused and wrongfully convicted. I mean, there are people who are innocent people that do go to prison. I mean, I 100% believe that. Not everybody, but I believe that it happens. And I could understand truly in that moment what it felt like to watch a documentary or the true story of somebody else and go, I just don't know if they're telling the truth. I just don't know if they're truly innocent. I got a whole new perspective when I was accused of things that I did not do. And I'm sitting here going, I didn't do any of that. I didn't do anything. But here the public believes, you know, all these things. And so I'm sitting here just trying to think to myself, like, I don't want to be that person who talks out of both sides of their mouth. And what do I want to talk about? What do I want to have a conversation about? Whatever I want within the law. That's the difference about, and that's the other thing I learned about freedom of speech here recently, is just because you can talk about it, don't mean you legally should. Because there are legal consequences to opening your mouth and saying things that if someone says something and it's not true, I have every right to take them to court over that within the law. They can say it all day long. Doesn't make it true. It doesn't mean that there's not consequences. And so it just made me start to think about, like, I watch a lot. I need to understand what all this stuff means. And so if I want to be a role model, which I am so mediocre of a person, what do I stand for? What do I want to represent? What do I believe in? Only the things that are happy, only the things that are fun. Well, that's not real. So I think to myself, if I cannot, I don't really want to make my Facebook page a place of drama, but I do want it to be a place of conversation. And that has always been on my agenda. It's always been the thing that I have always spoke so highly of for so many years, is like, standing up for something, like, I don't know, doing the right thing. And a lot of people just don't understand. And it's not meant for everybody to understand, but I can tell you this right now, we can all learn something from this. We can all learn something from this. What can we learn? Do not violate your family's privacy. Don't violate your family's privacy. Don't do that. Your family trusts you. Don't violate their privacy. I think about people who go into the military, and it makes me think. See, I get deeper thoughts. People go into the military. They sign up to go into the military to fight for people in the United States. They're going to war to fight a battle that I'm not going to fight, so that I can continue forward with my life. But I can't even sit here and talk about like real life stuff, but people can go to war for me. I just don't understand that. So, you know, they can go and die for this country. But if I get on Facebook and talk about something I experience for myself, they're not out fighting for my freedom here. I am. See the difference here? Sometimes we have to fight for our own freedom and our own selves, and we can't just wait for other people to do it for us. So anyways, number one, don't violate your family's right to privacy. And I see it all the time. They put people on, that's called being put on blast. I don't want to be put on blast. I don't want you to be put on blast. Chances are those relationships aren't going to last if your family can't trust you to respect their privacy. And I think that like, and just like this word freedom, I think that whenever you step out of your comfort zone and you, I don't know, you put yourself out there, it is a sense of freedom for yourself, that you are not tied to something. You're not tied to something. It's like a weight is lifted. And that means something. Number 2, another thing that you can learn from this is that when your children grow up and they become 18, it doesn't make them real grown-ups. And I say that, sometimes my sons get really offended when I'm like, but you're not a real grown-up. Because in my mind, I think that, again, it goes right back to that whole like Bible days of like, what is, and I know that we're supposed to follow like laws of the land and all, but like, who truly knows when we're grown? Like, what's the age of true maturity? Just because the United States of America is like, you're a legal adult at 18, does not mean that anybody remotely is prepared at that age for anything that's about to come. In fact, a lot of these people, I have 2 sons who turned 18 before they graduated high school. They were still, they're legal and they're still seniors in high school. Like, I'm not understanding how all of a sudden the age of 18 doesn't necessarily mean that someone is an adult. Again, these are controversial thoughts. I get it. But it makes me think to myself. But then I'm thinking to myself, okay, 18, you're grown. You still live in my house, my rules. But I have a different theory on that too, because this is my house. These are my rules. But I also feel like, how do you form your own independent thinking, respecting my home, respecting our house rules, but we do not have a dictatorship here, not at my house. And so how do you transition from being grown, 18, to being on your own and being out in the world that you can get extremely lost in, unless you can practice being that in the comfort of your family in a house that isn't yours, with some basic home rules, basic levels of expectation. You know what I'm saying? This is adulthood with training wheels. But then I have a person who's grown, who has a wife and children. He's not a child. He doesn't answer to me. And I sure as heck don't answer to him. However, he is a father and she is a mother to their child that is not mine. I have no say. I can advise. I can give my opinions. I can be supportive. But at the end of the day, that kid ain't mine. And I ain't got no bearing on ownership to that. I'm a grandparent. And so I just have to think to myself, like, respect your children as they become adults and become your peers. And most people think that you're their parent. I am. But now they were on loan to me from God. They're not children anymore. They're grown. They will never not be my children or my sons, but they're God's children. Who has ownership of this human now? Not me, because they're grown. They belong to the Lord. I am not their boss anymore. They don't have to obey their parents. You know who their parent is? God. He's their father. People need to read their Bible and get their thinking right. So when people are like talking about me as a 45-year-old human and how I disobey my parents, I am grown. You are grown. Last time I checked, I'm not a child. You know what I'm saying? So this twisted mindset of phrases that people say to people are just absurd. Gets me every time. Gets right under my skin. Those daughters need to learn how to obey their parents. Nope. Susie, no I don't. Because I'm grown. And if the Bible says that children are a gift from God and they're on loan to us, and I'm now an adult, I'm his child. I'm his child. I'm no longer a child. So there's that. So what can we learn from this? The hurtful things that people say that come from this? Well, that's one of them. So how can we learn? Through talking about it. Talking about the things that are said. Talking about the situations that happen that lead to these issues. And why we have family disputes. Because you probably don't even know like what it means when your children grow up. So if you have children who are approaching adulthood and you need to figure out how to transition, my best advice to you is to start transitioning early, because you will struggle if you do not. And I am telling you, I wanted to not do that. So when Zach he's the oldest, he's the father of, the little girl. I had to tell myself, he's a little late getting home, like 10 minutes late. Instead of scolding him and being like, oh my gosh, you're grounded. It's like, hey, what happened? Oh, you running behind? You got you talking? Oh, okay. I was just worried about you. You're not grounded. You're not scolded. You're not lectured. You're none of the things. You know why? Because that ain't even real. At some point in time, you have to figure out how to communicate in a different way. And it cannot be constantly laying down the gauntlet. Because literally they're going to go to bed one night 17 and they're going to wake up the next day 18. And if you don't start to change that transition in your relationship with that person, it is not going to be healthy moving forward. And I have had to learn that. And so I had to learn. You don't just flip that switch. You have to start slowly transitioning that thing beforehand. And some people are going to disagree with me on that. So when you start to have that conversation with your semi-adult, because they think they're going to be adults, and you're like, but you're not, because you know what the world is, you know that they're not going to be able to come right out of high school, and get a mortgage and all, or that brand new car unless you bought it for them. There's just realities. And so I've transitioned to where I have a different relationship with my sons that some people in my family just do not understand. I don't understand how to help you understand it, because you will just never agree or understand that it's different. They're not children. They're grown now. You know what I'm saying? So if you're struggling, that's my advice. Don't mean it's all true or going to apply to everybody. But for me, that's how I think. How do you gain their trust? How do you start to look at them differently? How do you start to not, how do they not feel like they're still a child? Unless they are spoken to. Don't mean we always get it right. You know what I'm saying? We teach them and guide them, and then we let them fly. Y'all, I just can't. I don't know. I love this blue, by the way. Isn't it gorgeous? I love that. Okay, we're going to sand those momentarily. We're going to do the red and the white next. Oh, let me lay these back out. Sorry. Let me put these in the right order, because I want to see how they're going to look. Y'all, we've had a lot of fun conversations tonight. I want to see how they're going to look when, oh, this is the brown and the blue. Stop it. Oh, the brown and the blue, the brown and the blue, brown and the blue, and brown and the blue. Okay, this is the D. All right, I think this is, let me put this on here. I think this, no, this is the D. I think this is the M right here. Yes. The O, which one is bigger? I can't remember. Oh, they're about the same size, but the O is a little bit wider. You can see that. So you're gonna wanna pick one of these that is wider. Which one is it? Okay, so this will be what? Hang on. All right, so the E, is that right? Hang on, the F, yes. Let's see, these are the exact same. The O, yeah. All right, let me scooch this. I just want to see what this is going to look like. I really like this brown. I don't know why, but I love this brown. Obedience is different than respect. Obedience is completely different than respect. Sandy, that is, and I just don't disagree with you. Respect and obedience are two totally different things. Respect and obedience are two totally different things. I went through a Bible study recently on honor, respect, and obey. I'll have to find that so you guys can look into that, because I think that it will change a lot of people's perspectives on that whole thing for me. I just feel like people need to study that. All right. I love this so much, but I am going to totally do the red, white with the blue because I feel like that's good. But I wanted y'all to see. I know it's backwards. I love this. Sand this down with a light brown on a darker blue. It would be amazing. I love that. All right, so I'm thinking red. So let's do white, red, white, red, white, red, white. So this will be 3 reds, 4 whites. Or do we want to do 4 reds, 3 whites? No, we'll do 4 whites because it'll be brighter and the accent will be like the 3 reds because it'll be more like stripes because it'll have more of like a stripe feel. You have to let it go. I don't have to let anything go. Teresa Wood, you've been here a long time and I completely hear what you're saying, but I disagree with that. That would be like telling you to let like the loss of someone just go. No, you'll do that when you're ready. You don't need anyone to tell you that. And I think that applies to other things in life too. This is Tuscan Red, one of my favorite colors. My favorite colors. Now, a better way to maybe talk about that would be to say, in time, you will find a way to move forward with the things that you've gone through in your life, and only you will know when that time is for you, because I just don't agree. Oh, to let kids go and fly? Sure. Sure, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so let's do the white. Comment Comments don't always come in the way that they're supposed to come in. They don't always come the way they're supposed to. I love this project. I've been told that too, Teresa, which is kind of what made me think about instantly, like when I read that, to read it that way, is people are like, you just have to let it go. You just have to learn to let it go. No. No, and it's like we also don't know how to let our kids go. We did not think of the song. No, did not. Where's the blue? This is blue. It might look black to you. Good night, Vicky Knight. I'll scooch these up and we're going to paint these. And then we're going to like set them back so that we can see them. Oh, the finished eagle. Yes, we're going to be doing the eagle. All right, so we're going to do this with a sponge. And hopefully, being told to let it go is like telling me to calm down. True. I learned that with my son. He has Asperger's. I learned a lot on how to communicate with him through his therapy. And one of the things that was a no-no was telling someone to calm down. It's just, I don't know. I feel like we all have our own way of dealing with things, for sure. I love this. Tell me this is not going to be the cutest. The cutest. Y'all, I know our conversations have been really random. Let my kids fry. Teresa. I know what you meant. Even though it's a typo, it just still makes me laugh. I know what you meant. Oh, craft the eagle. So my husband got the job and then he turned it down. He turned it down and decided to stay in the department that he's in. Which I think is a smart decision. It's almost funnier now. Right? And the thing is, that's why I said I saw her name. I'm like, I know, like, she's been here a long time. Like, either I misread what she's saying, or she knows that I will like share my thoughts, like that I would disagree if that's what she was talking about. But, you know, to each their own. Like, she could totally be like, well, I disagree with you, and that would be okay too. You know, here's the thing. We've gotten so used to apologizing when we disagree. I found myself saying, I'm sorry, but I disagree. Why am I apologizing for something that I disagree with? Like, that's wrong. It's okay to disagree. Gosh, y'all, we just have to... So many behaviors that we pick up on. I don't know, and I just think that it's personalities too, but... I don't know. I just feel like sometimes when I share like stuff that like, oh, you look tired. And I'm like, oh, well, and then I want to say, well, I was threatened to be arrested today. Of course I'm tired. Of course I look exhausted. Of course it looks like I've been crying for 4 hours. Like, how do you tell people like, oh, I'm just tired. Oh, I've had a long day. Oh, I'm just sad. And how do you hide the crazy? You just can't. You just can't. You just can't. This is going to look really cute. But it's the truth. Why? I don't know. Why did you turn it down, or why was I threatened? I don't know why. I don't know what the question is. Is it a two-part question? Is that a two-part question? I don't know. Okay, well, I can answer two parts. He just told me that he felt like he really, you know, it's like you interview to gain experience, like for any, like even if he was to interview within his department for a promotion, like they still interview you. So I think there's always room to like grow in your interview skills and like, you know, dressing nice, going in and sitting like in, you know, in a room, like in a panel of people like asking you questions and things like that. And so I think it's always great to keep your like options open. But I also think that for me, I think he's been in the same department for a long time. A long time. And I think he has a very, you know, he's got a close group of people that he works with, and he knows the department like backwards and forwards. But I think we all want to excel at something. Yeah, it's at the same place. Yeah. Yeah, it's at the same place. I gotta get a red, a sponge for the red. Yeah. So, I think that is keeping your options open, things like that. But I also feel like he's got a really good thing going where he is, because where he's at is where he started. He started in the same department where he's been the whole time. And Mark is a person who is extremely loyal. He's a very loyal person. And I just told him, I said, I feel like if you go, you're going to wish you hadn't. It's a great opportunity. Of course, it's more money. But sometimes more money is not always the best option. He has you close for the next interview. That is right. So that is right. Absolutely. Stop it. And then why to the other question? Well, I was accused of saying things I was not allowed to say on a masking chat with my sister on her page, which I didn't say anything I wasn't allowed to say. I was not allowed to talk to that person. I was not ordered not to talk about that person or the case. So they said that I said things that violated the order, and I did not. And I'm going... Then we got the chat thing. So I'm going, oh, are they using artificial intelligence to make it sound like my voice, that I've done something? Have y'all heard about the chat GPT? Have you heard about the whole AI with the voice stuff? Don't think for one second all this stuff is not going through my mind. Like, at what extreme will people go to make it look like I've done something that I truly have not done, just so that they can keep me quiet? Gee, I don't know. So, of course, you know, that's all running through my brain. So I know for darn sure that I didn't do anything wrong. But then I was also said that I have been seeing my grandmother against the order, which was also not true. Like, I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing any of the sorts. So it's just like, you just never know when the next accusation's going to be made. And then I'm going, this could really happen. This could really happen. I did, yeah, I'm not kidding you. When I tell you I didn't want to leave my house, I very rarely wanted to go anywhere. I went very few places. Also, another one of the reasons why I stopped going all the way to Richmond Hill to the Dollar Tree, because I would have to be live shopping. People would know I was there. And then if they knew I was there, would they show up there and say that they were there first and accuse me of following them? And then could get arrested? It's a good thing that the Dollar Trees in my area started to go downhill because I stopped going there automatically, but I had already stopped going there in the first place. So I stopped doing anything that was live out in public so that people would not know my true whereabouts, where I was, because those are the things that are going on in my head. Y'all, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's paranoia. That's not okay. And this is real. And people are like, don't talk about it. Just let it go. Why can't you just make up? And what planet? And what planet? If you didn't know those stories about the things I've experienced or gone through, and you're sitting here telling me, well, I just wish you could just mend things and make up and just be happy and la, la, la. No. Why would I do that? Are you serious with yourself? No, thank you. Don't tell people to do things you truly do not understand the context of or the depth of, because you have not all the information. So don't do that. Don't do that. The 100%. Don't do that. So yeah, I've had a very mentally exhausting and draining year and a half. I'm sure the other party has too. Not because I did anything. I just choose not to be there. Everything else going on is on that person, because I can't be at fault for other things that are happening, because I didn't do anything. And so I'm tired of being accused of stuff that I did not do. So yes, it has me fired up. It has me fired up because I didn't do stuff. So it's like, when you don't understand, you don't understand. And I'm not trying to have people understand. Pretty sure I told the people in, after the whole order was dismissed, well, the motion to dismiss was granted, I shared in the Creative Haven that wrong place, wrong time, 100% wrong place, wrong time. Happened to be just Sunday driving, wrong place, wrong time. And a high-speed chase. By a 16-year-old. I'll drink to that one. When you know, you know. Due to the protection of that 16-year-old, I will not elaborate on who that 16-year-old is. However, they know who they are. And I have photos and video. Don't believe everything that you hear on the internet. I hear people say that all the time, especially the other party likes to say, don't, just because it's on the internet doesn't make it true. Just because it's said doesn't make it true. The facts of the matter is you cannot argue with evidence, but I can dispute accusations. And there's a difference in running your mouth with no proof to support it and just trusting that people won't question you because it looks like it's true versus the actual truth. So the other thing that I've learned from this is do your documenting. People like to call it cataloging and all this other stuff. It's for your own protection. It's not petty. It's not stupid. There's nothing wrong with cataloging and documenting things and covering your own rear end, because if I hadn't done that, I would be without a defense for some things. because I just wouldn't be able to dispute it. It's insane. So yeah, I'm not trying to just be like, woe is me. Please don't think that. I'm trying to rise above and come out on the other side a better person, learning things from it. But don't think for 1 second that for a long time, I haven't felt extremely defeated. 100% extremely defeated. And so I do think a lot. I do think about, that's really fantastic right here. I really like that. Don't think for a second that there's anything wrong with that. So I just want y'all to know that I say I don't want to talk about it on my Facebook page. I say I don't want to do certain things. And then I'm like, is that your paranoia talking? Because you're afraid that, like, and then I'm talking about having courage. And I'm like, but I don't have courage. It doesn't look good. I'm not here to necessarily look good. I'm here to be a help to other people. And sometimes being a help to other people isn't always in the form of entertainment. I'm not here to just shame other people. I'm here to talk about real life things with people that real life people are going through. And like I said it again, I'll say it a million times. I understand the whole be kind movement. I completely understand that. However, I have a different theory on the be kind movement. And most of you guys will understand momentarily when I explain to you my mindset on the be kind movement. Okay? Love the be kind movement. I don't like people who manipulate the be kind movement. If someone wrongs you, lies on you, wrongs you, steals from you, misrepresents you, does a bunch of things to hurt you, and then acts like they just don't even know, like, I don't even know what you're talking about. Like they're in absolute denial. They make you feel like you're losing your mind. Like, did it happen? Did it not happen? I mean, I'm reading it here. It happened. How are they saying it didn't happen when it 100% happened? I feel like I'm losing my mind. Okay, it makes you feel like you're going crazy. Okay, I understand the whole be kind movement. And so one of the ways that people use the be kind movement is to manipulate other people when other people hold them accountable. Be kind. So when you hold someone accountable and you call them out and say, you're not being honest, that is mean. It's demeaning. It's hateful. It's ugly. Be kind. No. Kindness is being truthful. Kindness is telling the truth. Kindness is accountability. Kindness isn't just coddling or rug sweeping. No one talks about this because it doesn't sound happy and lovely the way that we think of be happy, be kind. No. I cannot get on board with the whole be kind movement when you're trying to manipulate situations that you just want to get out of by telling someone that they're just mean to you. Nope, they're holding you accountable. That's what's happening. And accountability, you don't like. And when I say you, that would just be a blanket statement towards anybody who has thought those things. Not to any one specific person. I have literally been held accountable and I was like, they were not nice to me. I mean, I've had to pay a ticket before. And I was like, dang, that judge was not very kind. But I mean, I was speeding. I was speeding in that school zone. In fact, I probably ran a red light too. Of course he can be courteous, but he was not kind because he gave me a ticket and made me unhappy and I had to pay it, but he was holding me accountable. Like there's this, I don't understand it. I do not understand. The be kind movement for me is a form of manipulation. It's a tool of manipulation to people who hold other people accountable who don't like it. They don't want to be held accountable for anything. And so they will use the be kind movement as the card that they play. Kindness does not look like accountability all the time. Kindness does not always seem pretty. But I will tell you this. Here's what I've taught my children. One of the number one things that you can do to be kind to someone else is tell them the truth. Be honest. Be honest. Don't lie. Because if you're lying, then they find out that you're lying to them. That could be hurtful, and that's not kindness. So be honest and be truthful. And sometimes being honest and truthful isn't always appealing. So wouldn't that be the exact opposite of kindness? I think perspective matters on how we think about things in a context of something. So I teach my children they're grown, sorry, my sons. I teach my sons, taught them, part of being kind to someone is just being truthful and honest. It's not always just opening the door for someone and being courteous. Like there's a number of things that equate to what kindness is. So I would rather my children tell the truth and say, oh, I stole from you, than lie and say, oh, I didn't steal from you. Now you're not kind and you're not trustworthy. Like, yeah, my brain is very different than a lot of people's. I have a whole different perspective on life than a lot of people. And some people just don't like me. Someone repeatedly lies to you or about you. On the 28th time that they do it to you, at what point does your kindness meter run low? And then you're like, I am done. Do you see? It's like, it's situational for people. It's like, oh, well, it applies. Well, now that I know a little bit more, I can understand. You should have never been judgmental in the first place, right? That's the other side to what we learn from this. Don't judge others. Don't judge others. I'm not saying that I have never judged someone, because I am 100% telling the truth. I have. But let me tell you, I really truly try not to be that person. This is gonna be adorable. You have yet to say anything I don't agree with. I mean, I'm just being honest. And here's the thing, Stephanie, people do disagree with me. There's people who do disagree with me. And the thing is the reason that I think that they disagree is because lack of understanding. So when you start to talk about things and have conversations about things and explain what has happened to lead you to have the mindset that you have, and then you start to listen to, and that's part of what the conversation side of things. That's why I'm a talker. I would rather talk than sit here and just not. I don't feel like that's helpful. Also, another thing that you can learn from this is do not be an avoider. Don't be an avoider. thing to say, hey, I'm really upset and I can't talk about this right now. I'm in no position to talk about this right now. In fact, I need to get my emotions in check. I need to get my anger in check. I need to get my words together. I need to process. I need all those things to happen. It's another thing to absolutely outright avoid any sort of conversation or conflict resolution and then claim that it makes you physically sick. I don't think it's the conflict that's making you sick. I think it's the guilt. It's the accountability. And so I've heard a number of people that have said, oh, it just makes me so ill to be in the middle of tension. Me too. Me too, but I put on my coping skills pants and I deal with it. I sit there and I listen and I take it in and I let the blows hit me in the stomach and make me feel really upset or angry, and I go through all the emotions and I work on my self-control and I listen to the other person and I hear what they have to say, and then I respond and we have a reciprocal conversation, and then we meet at the end with this information that leads to conflict resolution, not avoidance and destruction. And so the other thing you can learn from this, in my experience, of part of the reasons why we have this situation in the first place, is the avoidance of any conflict resolution whatsoever. Avoid. Now, I'm not saying that we need to hold somebody like into an interrogation room. That's not it at all. But how will anyone in your life know that anything is going on if you can't go to them and tell them, hey, you hurt my feelings? You hurt my feelings when you said that to so-and-so. And in fact, you kept talking to so-and-so about it and you blew it up into this huge thing. And now I don't even want to be your friend. And in fact, I don't ever want to see you again. And then you're like, wait, there's a misunderstanding. But instead, if you just run away and avoid, you'll never have an understanding of how the conversation could have ended with a resolution, because there was just a minimal miscommunication. People don't like to be held accountable. Nobody does. It's called pride. It's in the Bible. And how do we practice our pride skills if we're never held to the fire to practice them? Again, I am preaching to myself because I have to work on things. But I will never understand if the Bible tells us, this is one of the things that I believe personally for myself, that contradicts the avoid and walk away to keep the peace. Because the Bible says that if your brother sins against you, go to him in private and talk to him about it. If he hears you, then you gained a friend or a brother in Christ. If he doesn't hear you, you go take somebody with you. Isn't that like accountability? Isn't that confrontation? If you go with your witness to that person who wronged you and they still don't listen, then you take him before the church, before the elders, before the leaders. So now we're going to take him before the crowd. That was back in the Bible day. And I'm sitting here trying to dissect that situation and trying to worry about if cuss words are really cuss words. I would rather learn about this over here, about conflict resolution, than to worry about whether or not something is a cuss word or not. And that's just how my brain processes. I take one thing at a time for me. Okay, so I got a lot of thoughts in my head. So when we talk about where do we find issues in families, it's typically in conflicts. People want to walk away. They want to avoid. They don't want to show up to a discussion. They don't want to meet in the middle. They don't want to have a debate. They don't want to hear each other out. They don't want to even talk about it. Let's pretend like it never happened. Let's just forgive and forget. No, because each one of you are walking around with your pockets loaded with that stuff. I can't walk around with that stuff in my pockets. I got too many other things in my pockets. And that ain't one of them. Okay? So, look at your own families. I have to look at my own family. Where you have issues. These are things that we don't talk about because it's not entertaining and it's not fun and it's super serious. It's super serious. This is deep. This is too somber. This is too much. I didn't come here for this. Okay, today ain't your day. But today is somebody's day because somebody needed to hear this. And I had to really hear that myself to understand how do I use this situation and share my own thoughts, my own experiences, even the things that I did wrong to help somebody else. Don't be so prideful that you can't sit down with your family and be like, so what genuinely, what have I done to hurt you? What have I said? What have I done? And don't meet it in a snarky way. Like, okay, tell me what I did. Let's get this over with. You have 5 minutes. Because that's what I was told. There will be no yelling. There will be no crying. There'll be no emotions. And each person gets a turn for 5 minutes. And then we need to be done with this. Yeah, that's not conflict resolution for me. So sorry. It's not about yelling at somebody. It's not about being in their face. It's about accountability. I'm sorry, but that is just wrong. However long it takes is what we should be willing to do because we love our family. Whatever it takes, however long it takes. And if we need to say, you know what, this is heated. We need to get into a situation where we need to understand where we are right now. We need to take a break. Maybe next weekend, come back together for a little bit and see if we can work through and chip away. I love you, but I'm feeling this way, and I know I don't want you to think I'm trying to avoid. But I need to step back because I can feel like I'm going in a different place where I don't need to be, and that's not healthy for nobody. That's part of accountability to each other, that you're still willing to be a participant and not part of the problem. And I'll be the first to tell you that I've not always been that person, but I will also be the first to tell you that that is part of the problem as to why we don't have resolutions in our family right now. The truth? People don't want to know the truth. It's not what people think it is. It's the core root of problems that are traits that are just life skills. Poor life skills that have led to a complete downfall. And it's unhealthy. And I can't operate that way. We yell at my house. I'm not even going to lie to you. We will literally raise our voice. Doesn't mean that it's okay. But if somebody is feeling the emotion that they are in a sense of, I'm yelling, not at you, but I'm yelling because I'm not frustrated and I feel like I'm not heard and I'm yelling, it's able to also recognize why you do the things that you do. I've learned through counseling that we all were raised with poor coping skills. And unfortunately, life's journey exposes the skills we need in life to either fix or gain. Fix them, fix the skills, or gain new ones because the old skills need replaced. And I'm trying to replace a lot of old skills. It's very sad. One more thing you can learn from this. Titles do not entitle. Can you see that on a shirt? Your title does not entitle you. Your title does not entitle you. Okay. Say that again, because I feel like a lot of people don't know what that means. Just because I am someone's parent does not entitle me to being above their rules or to go above their head and supersede them, or to be entitled to know all of their business, or to walk in their home, or to be all up in their finances, to be all up in their marriage, to be all up in their decisions, or expect them to come run them past me so that I can give final approval. Your title does not entitle you. That would equate to know your role. some people do not know their role. My sister did a little melody called the Leave and Cleave. Maybe some of you guys saw that. When our children grow up and they get married, they leave the parent and they cleave to the spouse. You know what that means? The entitlement ribbon has been clipped. Like the cord, like the umbilical cord, it got cut there. And see, and now yours is hanging and it ain't attached no more. Your entitlement, it don't exist no more. Like some people need a visual understanding of how that works. And some people just can't get that. Another part of the problem in our family. How do we learn from this? Don't focus on what they did and what they said and how wrong they are. Focus on the topics that people can learn from. And that's what I feel very led to do, is talk about things that are real stuff, that real people are going through. Because I'm going through it. I'm going through it. Don't mean I have my crap together. By no means. By no means. I'm so happy I get to see my grandma too. By the way, if you tell your family members that they've had to pay an admission to have a relationship with someone, or that it was the cost to get in, it was the cost of the ticket, it was the admission, run away from that person, please. Run fast. Because anyone who has told anybody that there's a cost to join your family, other than true just being a good human, there's no cost required to join my family, to be my friend. There's no admission cost. There's no ticket booth. My parent did not pay any admission. My sisters didn't pay any admission. The claims of the cost, you know, had to pay the ultimate price to get into the camp, to the pod. It's ludicrous. Ludicrous. Not like the rapper, but like ludicrous. If there are people telling other people that to be in your life, you had to pay a price. Jesus paid the ultimate price for all of us. Ain't nobody got to pay no price to be somebody's friend. I have no desire to buy family or friends under no circumstances. Period. That's all I'm going to tell you about that. That rumor statement was made this evening. Yes, if you did not know, this is still going on. Hot and heavy. It ain't over. It hasn't ended. It hasn't stopped. The lies and narrative continue. And I'm just fed up. So no, if you thought that I would ever charge people to be my friend or make people pay an ultimate price, no, thank you. You know what the price is? Be a good human. Don't disrespect your family. Don't lie. Don't invade their privacy. Don't go online and put them on blast about things that aren't true. Just don't do it. Because I won't be in your family. I'll walk away like I did. And it's just really sad that it was very public. Here's what I said. Here's what I said the other night. And I have a Facebook group, and I said this the other night. I will never understand why it's happened the way it's happened, why it's been so absolutely public. And some of y'all are like, this is the first I've heard. Bless you. I'm so glad. Because it's not because I want to just make other people not like that person, because that person has great skills and qualities. Absolutely. 100%. But I don't have to be in a relationship with that person. So third, okay, I don't understand why this has happened the way it's happened. But it did. But it did. Now I can sit here and pretend like it didn't. And like I said many months ago, and take the high road. The high road has repeatedly led to a cliff. It's you are here. The silence has done me no good. You know why? Because the rumor mill keeps going. And then it gets bigger and bigger. And then the stories get bigger, and the accusations get bigger, and the false statements get bigger and bigger and bigger, and it just spins out of control. You know what happens when something spins out of control? It creates mass destruction. Think of a hurricane. Think of a tornado. Snowstorm. Starts real small, and then it just gets bigger, and it's just destruction. That's exactly what has happened. Destruction. I'm not here to sit here and say bad things about that person. I'm here to say that the things that they're saying are not true. And here's what they are. But what it's created is a whole different narrative. I can't tell you how many hate emails I have of people who are like, I can't support your business because of how you've treated your parents. But you don't even know what happened. So again, you don't know what I did. I said no more. Okay. If that's what you think is so awful, then that's fine. It's your right to choose. It's your right to choose whatever you want to support. I mean, there's people who refuse to go to Starbucks because of what they stand for. That's fine. I'm not forcing you to do anything, but I'm also not forcing you to sit there with a false narrative. So once you know the truth, then it's your choice to decide. But if you don't want the truth, that's your choice also. But I'm not going to sit here and just let people think. And I know there's like, let them think what they want and just let your actions speak louder. I've done that. And then it becomes, you're too, I can't believe how happy you are. What? Because I'm crafting for a couple of hours live, it looks like I'm happy. In fact, I think it's very clear that my demeanor has completely shifted because I'm extremely sad and disappointed and embarrassed and discouraged. Absolutely. Those are all real emotions. Real 100% emotions. But you can't tell people that. It's just, you're just so, I can't believe how happy you are showing off your so-and-so. I'm not showing off anything. I'm sharing my life with people. And then I'm moving forward. If I was showing it off, I would still be showing it off. And mostly it's people who are talking about like the fact that I built a house. Like I showed the whole process. People wanted to know that. I will share it with you. It's done. What is there to talk about anymore? It's done. We keep showing you the same brick floor in my laundry room. We show you the same front door repeatedly. Like walking through, like, we're done with that. Not showing off anything. Like, it's the negative, nasty people in this world. Bless them. They're not my people. But you know what's sad? You know what's really, 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 really sad? Is that they were my people. There's so many familiar names that I see that have said such nasty, negative things about me. And I have memories of like great conversations, listening to their story. They've been here for a really long time. And then like in a matter of minutes, it's like they're no longer here because in this community because of what they think that they know. And that's really hard. Because I'm like, I showed up for these people. But we'll get new people, but it doesn't change the fact that it still bothers me. And it is what it is. Familiar faces. Oh, and then there's some familiar faces who are here right now watching. Who really don't like me. Okay, can I predict the future? I'm not a psychic or anything, but I like to just predict things. This will be referred to as the craft and rant. Because it's true. I just went on and on and on. She went on and on for hours. I did. And I hope it helps somebody. I really like this, by the way. Kind of how it's scratchy and not quite perfect. Y'all, if you're new, seriously, I mean this. And if you're on the replay and you're watching this tutorial because you got this craft kit and you're like, girl, you are the longest crafter you take the longest than anyone on this planet. I do. But there's a fast forward. That's what I think. It's like, there's a fast forward. But why I do. I was sharing this in the group that I have. That, by the way, okay, I want to talk about it. Just briefly. I'm going to sand all the white letters first. And then we're going to do the red because I don't want to put the red sanding stuff on the red letters and I don't want to mix the two. So I created a Facebook group called Storytime with Amber. And I went in that group and I started responding to the other party's comments, videos, accusations, rumors, the lies that were told, not only by that person who has a Facebook page of over 100,000 people that they influence, by the way. So they would say things and then I would be like, that's absolutely false. And I would bring the receipts. And by receipts, I mean like screenshots. Like full-blown, your words typed out by your phone and you saying otherwise. Proof, okay? Debunking things. Like debunking theories, myths, all the stuff. Okay? So I created this group. And I explained it to everybody that I was sick and tired of somebody else telling my story. And that I was just supposed to sit in the audience and be like, oh, they got it all wrong. But I'm just going to go ahead and head home. I'm not going to talk about it. No. So I decided that I was going to put the truth out there in response to what was said. So if it was said, I responded. I didn't just come out the gate with just stuff I wanted to talk about and put people on blast. It was 100% related to calling this what it was. This was said. This is actually what happened. Okay. Here's what I was accused of. Here's the proof. Okay. So I did that. And the more that I did that and brought the proof, okay, the more somebody wanted me to shut up. So they went to the court system. Actually, they didn't go to the court system. They went through a witness program and made accusations against me to basically say that I had posted their address online, that I had created a page just where I would bash them, that I was threatening to take my children and like grandchildren away. So again, at this point in time, I have an 18-year-old, an 18-year-old, a 23-year-old, and a 24-year-old. They're all over the age of 18. Okay, so the jurisdiction over a person is not relevant. So I can't threaten to take someone away who's an adult because I don't have any rights of jurisdiction over them. Okay, so again, laws. I'm learning a lot about laws. So I have no ability to control whether or not someone sees someone else. Can't control who my children associate with. Not their boss. But this is in the accusations for a stalking TPO. If you don't know what a TPO is, a temporary protective order. Okay? Now, this is a true story. This is not based on a true story. This is a true story. Okay? If you like true crime, well, here it is. I posted their address online. I threatened to take away grandkids. I brought everyone to their house and threatened to I can't remember the exact wording of shut down her business. I was invited along with all the other people that day, have a text message, planning the time, planning the place, planning everyone's on their way. But yet we somehow showed up there and did all these things like we were invited. You can't say that. We just showed up stalking you and we were invited. Okay, again, this is the absurdness of this. And they just wanted to stop. I didn't post your address. Some other lady did. We have proof of that. Can't take away things that are grown. Okay. My group is clearly not about bashing anyone. It's about responding to your statements with the truth. And then other people are coming in and they have their opinions. So, of course, people are going to have opinions on the internet. Okay. And I never once threatened to take anyone's business away. First of all, I'm a business owner. You can run your business if you want to. If you want to make your money the way you make your money, that's on you. I'm not going to make a single dime exploiting my family. So again, I don't want to do that. So I was falsely accused of those things. Now, understand now that these are the accusations written on a piece of paper, filed for a stalking protective order for those things I just listed. Now, if you have any sort of understanding of the law, none of those things are stalking related at all. Okay. Number 2, in the margin of the order, it was written to remove and delete my Facebook group by the end of that day. So in the end of the day, you just wanted me to shut up. Why? And I said this the other night in my Facebook group. Why? Why do you want me to stop talking? Because I'm telling the truth? Because if I was lying, it would be the exact opposite. I wouldn't be disputing what you already said, right? If I'm responding to something that you've said with something that has the proof, why do you want me to be quiet? I've never understood that. Why would you go so hard and then for 5 and 6 videos out of your own mouth say, I can promise you story time is never coming back? I assure you, that group is never. Don't make promises you can't keep because you don't know what you don't know. Because you cannot think that the truth won't come out in the end. 5 months, I said nothing. Didn't respond. There's a crap storm of things that were said about me in 5 months' time. And are still said today. My gosh, my birthday wasn't even about me. It's so sad. It's so sad. And how do we cope with life when life throws us lemons? We try to make lemonade. Y'all, I don't know how to make lemonade out of this one. No pun intended, okay? I don't know how to make lemonades out of this one. I don't know how to show up and be here like we want to talk about. What's going on in your day? Well, I have a whole crap storm of things that happen on my day. I just had to drive an hour to my attorney's office and spend 4 hours there, drive back. I have 100 flash drives of video, public video. Like 100 opportunities of just the rumor mill. The rumor mill. What do we want to talk about? I had a crappy day. You know what was said about me today? You know what emails I got today? You want to know what happened today? And how I'm feeling today? I'm feeling super upset and irritated and depressed and burdensome. And then there's times where I think back to myself and think, oh, well, Amber, if you would have just kept your mouth shut, if you would have just kept your mouth shut and just kept the peace a little bit longer, we wouldn't be here now, would we? It wouldn't be all over the internet. How many times I've thought that? Gosh, I wish I just should have said nothing. Should have just kept on sweeping it under the rug and we wouldn't be here. But breaking cycles isn't pretty. Breaking cycles. You ever tried to stop something in motion? You know the little spinny wheel? Like, what is it? The wheel at the park. You know, it's got the little, you can hop on it, you can hold on, you can like spin. Merry-go-round. I couldn't even think of the word. A basic, simple word, merry-go-round. And my brain's like, not today, Amber. Merry-go-round. You ever tried to stop one of them suckers and it wants to rip your arm off? It's like, stop that sucker from spinning. It's like, oh my gosh, it's going to take you with it. Yeah. Imagine that's what breaking a cycle looks like. It kind of rips you to shreds a little bit. You kind of lose a limb, maybe. You get thrown into the dirt and the mud and you get drug around with it as it's spinning. Like, I mean, what's it look like to break a cycle? This is probably what that looks like. It's not pretty. It's probably not pretty. It's really sad. You know what I realized is that anger has multiple, like sadness and anger has multiple layers. You go through the like, I'm mad as heck and I'm done. And then you go through the, I'm super sad. And then you go through the, I just want justice. And then you go through like, I'm super depressed. And then you go through the, I don't understand what happened. And then you go, like, there's phases. There's phases of this. You don't just wake up one day and be like, oh gosh, I'm so glad that's over with. No, you don't. You don't. But you know, that accusation cost me a lot of money to defend myself. A lot of money. I already didn't want to talk to that person. I already wasn't talking to that person. But now you don't want me to be able to talk. You are. You know, they're talking. They have lots to say. You know what they're rewarded with? How much we'll regret. Shame on us. Karma will come for us. Mostly it's acts of karma. Mostly it's shame on us, and one day my children will treat me the same way. These are Christian women who say these things. What goes around comes around. I don't teach my children to behave this way. In fact, I don't teach my grown adult children anything. I just try to be there for them and be a fellow human and listen and give advice and be there and I want people to think about something. If you have a whole family of people who have walked away from an individual or a group of people, and you get you a whiteboard and you start writing down what you think would be applied to your life for you, not what you think's going on in mine, but in your own. What do you think those things would be that would lead to this and this being the outcome? Don't worry about what it was for me. Worry about what that could be for you. What would be the things that you would put on that list for yourself that would create a potential replication of my situation? The only person left on the other side of the fence that they created are two people. Two. And then strangers that are newfound family. I don't think people truly are breaking this down to have a true understanding that just because of what you think it looks like online doesn't mean that it is anywhere remotely close to what that is. People don't just do this for no reason. I certainly don't just do this for no reason. So when you have someone who's falsely accused you in a court of law, tied thousands of dollars up in attorneys, made false allegations, publicized all these things, painted you in this light, for what? What were they trying to gain from this? Aside. Validation. America's approval. That's what I was told. I'm going to use America's validation to prove all of you wrong. Interesting. I don't need America's validation to prove my family wrong, because I don't need to prove my family wrong. This is a problem. This is a problem that I can't understand. And it's happening publicly. And it's been happening publicly for nearly 2 years. 2 years. Do you know how long 2 years is? I mean, a baby can be conceived, birthed, and have a birthday. All in 2 years' time. Like a human can be created. That's a long time. And people are just like, why do you keep talking about it? Why do you keep bringing it up? This is not just something small, friends. This is something major. This is life. The difference is my version is vastly different than the other version. Vastly different. Pretty sure at some point in time you can go look up whatever you want to look up. But I will say this. This isn't just as simple as we had a disagreement. In fact, this never even involved me. It involved someone uploading videos repeatedly after they were asked not to and monetizing them of a child. Not just of a child, but with a child in them that wasn't their child. Don't do it means don't do it. You keep doing it. We don't trust you. No, she can't come there. No, this is not happening. It's not what people have been told. So again, we're not telling what happened because it involves the other person being held accountable, right? It's okay. It was never my decision to make. It was never my problem to be had. But because it appears that because I employ people, that I must be the puppet master. That's a load of garbage. That is the biggest load of crap I've ever heard. Wasn't a kiss. Although that is just another lack of boundaries, lack of respect, lack of boundaries, lack of respect, pattern of behavior, just patterns of behavior. And do you know how I know? Because it's all in text message. You can't argue with what words are, especially written text. You know where the straw that broke the camel's back was? When it went from a private conversation in a text message to a Bible study Facebook group that became the Bash the Family session. And when I was like, that's not okay, that all got deleted, and then it just relocated its new home to the public Facebook page. And it's been going ever since. And it hasn't stopped. That's okay. She can say whatever she wants. Don't make it true. But you know what's not going to happen? You're not going to accuse me of something again. You're not going to falsely accuse me again. They are not going to falsely accuse me again. No one will. Who would? Now, how do you want me to behave? How do you want me to show up and be like, let's party. Let's have a good time. Let's craft. Let's do all the stuff. It's been fun. It's been amazing. It's been wonderful. And then on top of that, there have been other things that have spawned from this storm, like other tornadoes. My white letters are adorable, by the way. Do I think it's a jealousy? No, I don't think so. Personally, I don't think that has anything to do with it. Because I don't believe that they're not successful. Stuff doesn't... Here's the thing. What does it mean to be successful? Does it look like I'm successful? I have 482 people here. You know how many people I used to have on my videos? Until I stopped doing as many videos? Thousands. I used to have thousands of people here. And then I stopped going live. I stopped feeding the algorithm of Facebook. I stopped talking about the drama, which brought all the people. You know who's talking about the drama? Who has all the people now? She does. This is the first time I've truly spoke in months about this. In months. What's successful? Money? My husband has a great job. He's very successful. I'm not jealous of him. There are other people in this. What is jealousy? I understand jealousy is a real thing. And I've said things like, oh, I'm so jealous of that handbag. Or, oh my gosh, I'm so jealous of the so-and-so. Like, yeah, but I don't mean it that way. Like, I don't mean it that way. What I think it is a mindset problem. I think that I'm allowed to have my own boundaries and my own private life that not everybody has to be put on blast about. If I don't call a person every day and tell them all of my business, that must mean that I'm keeping secrets and I don't love them or want them around and I don't care about them. That's ridiculous. You know how many secrets in the whole life my son and his wife live and I don't know all their crap? You're not, just because you have a title don't mean you're entitled. So then the enemy feeds this narrative to this person. Oh, they're leaving you out. You're not invited to lunch. I mean, so now a person has to be invited every time I walk out the door? No. Like, it's the things that would happen and like, that it's just, I would say things. I would speak up. And it would create a problem. You're just being mean. No, I just don't think that every time I have to walk out the door that this has to be the way it is. Also, when you come to my house, can you knock? Because you don't live here. Well, my door's always open. You never have to knock. You never have to call. Well, you do here. Like, that's devaluing me and my own household rules by saying because my rules are different than yours, I'm a problem? No. So it was constant, like a battle of preferences in life. I want to live like this over here with my adult self and how I want to raise my children and what I want my belief systems to be. And you want to live over here with yours, but because I'm not conforming to you, I must be the problem. Baloney. That's just baloney. It's not okay. Anyways, do I think it's jealousy? No, I don't think it is at all. I think it's because I'm not compliant. And that's my own personal belief. I don't comply. I don't keep the peace. I don't people please. I don't avoid and sweep things under the rug. I hold people accountable. I talk about stuff. I talk about things just like we're talking now. Like we have deep conversations at my house. We have talking stick nights. How else do we learn to create better relationships unless we learn how to have better understanding of all the adult people? And everyone here is an adult but 2 people now. Well, 4 people, essentially. Angela has 2 kids that are underage, and Zach and Michelle have 2 kids that are underage. 4 minors, and everybody else is grown. You know, when you got all kinds of grown people like that there are going to be all kinds of grown opinions, all kinds of grown generations. Better figure out how to make these individuals all come together, or else you're going to have a ticking time bomb on your hands. So how do we learn to coexist with each other and respecting others' choices of what they believe, who they want to, like, what political, everybody's got different political, like, how do we come together while learning to respect each other in a world where we're just told to conform? No. I taught my children to think for themselves, to believe what they feel like they need to believe, and, you know, to pray and to follow what the word says, and to just try to, you know, be a good person. And of course, you know, be saved and all the things, but they're grown now. Okay, can't tell them how to live their life. They have to learn that on their own. That's part of individuality. They're not living their life for me or what I think that they should be. They're living their life for what they want to be and who they are and who God created them to be. God didn't create them to be me. God created them to be them. I'm not here to tell them who to be. That's up to them. Oh, that's wrong. It's wrong that I teach my children to think for themselves. Let them have a voice. It's disrespectful. Oh, you think that it's disrespectful? That's on you. It boils down to upbringing. It boils down to how I choose to live my life. I don't think for one second, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, I don't think that it has the least bit to do with jealousy. I don't believe that. I think it has to do with control, personally. But that's just my opinion. I'm not one to easily be controlled. And I don't mean that like in a boasting way, like, oh, you can't control me. No, I mean like, I'm pretty good about speaking for myself. And then this happened. And then I am shamed if I speak for myself. So in a sense, I am sad. But then in another sense, like, I just feel like it's wrong. All of it's just wrong. There's no right answer. There's no right answer. These are freaking cute. You know, I wish the best for that person. I wish the absolute best for that person. I hope that they, just like I said before in my goodbye message, I hope that they can find happiness and peace and joy and they can live a long life. But you know what the narrative is being painted right now? That we're taunting them to end their life. Taunting that individual to end their life. You've got to be kidding me. Where? When? How? Take me back to that day. Because I want to know when that was. Because that never happened. It's not been said once. It's not been said twice. It's been said that I've counted at least 5 times in the past year and a half that I'm a part of whatever who they are, is taunting. Taunting this person by holding them accountable. Is taunting them and pushing them to end their life. Are you serious? Y'all, this is a deep conversation. Never did I ever or would I ever say that. Now, I can't speak for other people on the internet, but the other people on the internet ain't me, and I can speak for myself. And I ain't never said that, and nor would I ever say that. And that is disturbing. And then, pretty sure, if I'm correct, is it a week or so ago? Maybe. I don't remember when maybe it was a week or so ago. She told everybody that we wanted her unalive. I can't say the other word because then that's just whatever, but no, I don't care how long you live. I hope you live a long life. I don't care how long she lives. Don't tell the world that we don't want you around, because that's not true. That's ridiculous. And you guys want to know what I want to talk about? You want to know why I sit here sad? You want to know why I'm absent? Why I'm like got a headache? Why? I want to exit this situation and go on with my life, but because of the nature of the situation and social media, the light will never go out in Georgia. And I totally mean that. And yes, I do realize that I'm quoting a song.
How long does the washer run for?
For a little bit. It has a timer on it. Go look.
It just says 8. I don't know
Okay.
if it's 8 minutes.
It's 8 minutes.
Or...
It's 8 minutes. Okay. It's 8 minutes. Just, it'll sing or something. Anyways.
I've been waiting for like an hour and a half.
It takes it's a cycle, Caden. Just, you have to be patient. Anyways. So anyways, I don't want you to say negative things. I just want you to understand that there is a scenario going on. I don't want you to say bad things about this person. Never will I think that that's okay. I don't want you to say horrible things like that have been said about me. I don't want that for that person. But what I do want is for people to learn from this. If your family is having a crisis or turmoil or situations like this, or you have a falling out with a family member, and you're in a position that where you can't, like, there's no coming back from this one. There is absolutely no coming back from this. And most people are going to be like, well, God can do miracles. He can. But here's the thing. There would have to be a whole lot of years that would have to go by and a whole lot of change that would have to go by before I think I would even be remotely mentally comfortable with even having a conversation with that person. The damage is done. The damage is done. You know what the damage was? Public betrayal for me. You know, it's when people are like, it's a so-and-so for me. Yeah, it's the public betrayal for me. No. I would never betray my family like this. I would never take my family problems the way that that person did to social media for the validation of America to prove me wrong. I hope that this is a conversation that is very heartbreaking and hard, and it's taken a lot of like ups and downs to have this conversation tonight because we've talked about a lot of things. And for some people, they may think that it's completely inappropriate for me to share this. And I said, because I don't want to be called a liar. Because I know how the public works. Well, you said you lied, Amber. No, I'm allowed to change my mind. So is she. She's allowed to change her mind too. She can change her mind and tell the truth. Hey, see how that works? People are allowed to change their mind. Just because I said I didn't want to or I wasn't going to doesn't mean that something hasn't changed for me to change my perspective as to why I don't agree with that thought process. This is going to play out regardless. It's not going to go away. And I can sit here and act like it's not happening. I could sit here and pretend like, and I did. I literally would say, I'm tired because I am. I'm exhausted and I'm not going to craft tonight because I'm this, this, and this. Those are real true things. I am not feeling well. Those are real true things. But a lot of the reasons why were because I'm stressed out because I have an upcoming meeting or something happened online or somebody sent me a message and life is happening. And I just couldn't show up. Could you imagine if I would just post on Facebook, so sorry y'all, I'm having a mental night and I just can't show up. And people not understand the context of what that means. I should be able to be honest. And you know what? I'm not telling her not to be honest. What I'm saying is if you're going to be honest about something and you invaded my privacy, you better tell the truth about what it was instead of what you think it was. Because assumptions don't mean that it's true. And that's another thing that's a problem. Don't make assumptions of what you think's going on. People actually believe that I have meetings and that I have people on staff working around the clock under multiple fake profiles to trash talk her. Now imagine this. Imagine for 1 second. The IRS, I have an accountant and I'm reporting my income and my expenses to my accountant. Can you imagine that I have hired people to work around the clock? With what money do you think I'm going to hire someone? With my personal funds? I don't think so. Yeah, no. My business money? Not going to do that either. How would I report that? Who would I hire to do that? What? First of all, I would never do that. Second of all, ain't nobody got no fake accounts, fake profiles, or fake anything. There are true, legitimate people who have been wronged, who got an opinion, and they don't want to speak as themselves. So they have gone out and made fake accounts to speak out because that is the only time they feel the courage to speak out is when they can't be themselves. Because if they truly become themselves, then guess what happens? People will really know it's them, and then people might know for sure it was them. But if they can hide behind an alias, Sandra Carlson, don't even get me started on that. When you know, you know. Julie Barker, Larry Walker. We need a reunion sometime. Levi Strong, Levy Strong, Leve, whatever the name is, not associated with me in any way, shape, or form. We can book out a theater and we can have a panel discussion and we can put you all on stage. What do you think, Sandra, Julie, Larry? That's how I think in my mind. Because you know why? These are all fake names used by those people. You know how I know? Because I have the proof. So, whatever you're going through, I can completely understand when someone says you do not truly understand what kind of a day someone is having, to show some compassion. Compassion is very different than kindness. Compassion can be kindness. Can you see me making a poor business decision to hire people or pay people to create fake accounts and work 24/7 with the sole goal of just making nasty comments about that person? Why? Why would I make fake accounts when I can just wait and get my own account back? Why do I need to have a fake account to spread the truth? I can do that myself. I don't need fake profiles to speak for myself. I don't need that. Do you understand what I'm saying? So again, if you are placed in a position where you are wrongly accused of things, if you're placed in a position where you are just like at your wit's end, don't know what to do, the thing is a lot of Netflix, just being honest, a lot of reclined, falling asleep on the couch at 3 o'clock in the morning to Netflix, oversleeping, and sometimes just trying to escape it for a moment. If you're in those situations, regardless of what the problem is, because it doesn't have to be a problem like what I'm experiencing. It could be a challenge in life that is something that feels very enormous to you, that you don't feel like you will ever get through. Because I feel like where's the other side of this? When will this ever just be a memory? Well, it is a memory now, but it's still very much real. When will it ever just be a memory? It's the unknown. It's the fear of the unknown. It's no answers, no closure, no end game, no nothing. I want them to go live their life. You want to live your life? Go live your life. I want me to live my life. So everybody can learn something from this. It's a lot of conversations about this party and this party, and I'm giving examples of like the characters in this, which aren't really characters, they're real people. But how you can like take it and learn from something from it. And then you know what the thing that I've heard is that there are people who are experiencing brokenness with their families. Why? I mean, I can speak for why I experience it myself, because I feel like there is a lack of boundaries, a lack of communication, a lack of understanding, a lack of individuality, a lack of grace, a lack of respect. And at the end of the day, it boils down to expectations. So one of the things that my husband and I have been really, really working hard on is expectations. So my husband was always brought up with this expectation that I asked you once, I shouldn't ever have to ask you again. I told you once, I shouldn't have to tell you again. So let's use the trash as an example. When the trash can is full, you take it out. When your eyeballs see that it is full, you take out the trash. Shouldn't have to tell you more than once, because when it's full, it's full. No, every person in this household, I swear to you, I've been guilty of this too. We are human trash compactors. We will compact that thing because I ain't taking that trash out. I ain't trying to go out there in the rain. I ain't trying to go out there in the cold. Dang, it's hot outside. I don't want to get my shoes on. I don't want to take out the trash. So no one ever wants to take out the trash. So we just keep pushing it down, pushing it. We are trash compactors. Me, I'm professional. Push it in there. I ain't taking it out right now. It's dark. There's something scary out there. It could be something come out and get me. I ain't going outside. No, I ain't doing it. Do it in the morning. Then the morning comes and I'm like, dang, I'm running behind. I have to get it when I get off work. Trash compactors. My husband gets so irritated because it's like, he feels like he's the only person who takes out the trash. And I told him, What do you think the reasons are why the trash is not taken out? Expectations. It's not that they're just ignoring you or they knowingly just don't want to do it. There's a reason why they don't want to do it. Of course they don't want to do it. Nobody wants to take out the trash, including you, because you're upset that everybody else doesn't want to do it. The expectation is this, the understanding of why people don't want to do it. You don't feel you should have to do it, so that's an automatic desire that you don't want to do it. But because you are so responsible, you're going to be the person who takes out the trash. And I am a responsible person in a different way. So I'm making all the excuses why I'm responsible. I got to get to work. I can't take out the trash. Like expectations. It's not just that people don't want to do certain things. It's that people have this expectation for why they can't do it for them, not why they can't do it for you. Expectations. We all have our own individual expectations, and we will never live up to each other's expectations. We can only live up to our own. And so when we stop living for the expectations of other people, we'll be better off. So if you're expecting a different outcome with your relationships with people and you don't start to talk about what those are, the problem with relationships is that you have no idea what their expectations are and they have no idea what yours are. So you have no conversation to even go on. And if you truly have an expectation conversation with those people that you care about in your circle, then nothing will be unfamiliar because it's all out on the table. So when they're telling you that, hey, we're going to have a cookout on Saturday at 4:30, then you need to have the expectation to tell them that the cookout is at 4. You know why? They're always late. Me. Why are you surprised when they show up at 5? Just tell them it's 4 o'clock. You can be there at 4. You know why? Because you mentally know in your head you're giving them grace and you don't have to shame them over it. Just say like, hey, 4 o'clock. If we're running a little late, that's okay. I know who you are. I know you. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. You have understood their expectations that they're going to be late. They're working on it though. They've always said for their whole life they're working on it, which they probably are. I am. I'm always trying to work on it. Expectations. Choices. Expectations and choices. You can't demand that someone be your family. You can't order them to be your family. You accept them where they are. I can't just magically change who I am to conform to the expectations of what this other person wants me to be or you to be. To do it for yourself. I'm sorry. These are very deep things that are problems. And I am certainly struggling with a lot of them. There is always a constant late one in the family. Girl, how did you know it was me? My husband is like, to be on time is to be late. To be early is to be on time. And I'm like, who taught you that crap? It's just ridiculous. And he just thinks that I'm ridiculous because I think it's ridiculous. But I tell him I think it's ridiculous. I think that's ridiculous. I always tell him I'll get there when I get there. It is super deep. And it's like, it is super deep. That it is. I'm going to sand this down and make it super distressed. I'm just going to leave this wood and I think that's going to look really cute. And I'm using the 80 grit sandpaper so it's super scratchy. I like this. Your husband hates being late to anything. My husband too. So I feel like people who are like that, this is not any offense to them. Again, I will give the example. Up in heaven, in human factory land where the Lord is. And when he was making people, imagine like an apothecary of things. you know, like a spice rack. And there's the whole like assembly line. And he comes up with the clipboard. Hold on. He's got the clipboard of people. And it's like the checklist. Inspected by, signed by so-and-so. Just, my imagination runs wild with this stuff. And it says Amber right up there at the top. And then there's like these little boxes that are checked of like things that make me up to be who I am. And some boxes have check marks, some boxes don't. And then there's like this other little box that says other. I swear it's real. Probably not. But just pretend. This is how I go. And so I have the little ingredients list for me. Someone spilt coffee on this ingredients list. Okay? It's coming down the line and it was like, oh, they bumped it and spilled coffee, and then they're trying to dab it. Oh my gosh. Lines are blurred. Boxes are checked that shouldn't be checked. Looks like it's a check mark, but it's dried coffee. Other check marks are completely erased, like it never existed. And then in the other area, it's a bunch of gibberish that no one really knows, and they're trying to make out what it says. And so they don't go ask for clarification. Like for the carbon copy? No. So God has made up his mind how he wanted to create me. Here's what happened. Either A, this was intentional, which I do believe is 100%, 100% believe he created us intentionally, exactly the way he wanted us to be. Or he forgot. He forgot what he wrote down. Someone spilled coffee on it. He made notes in the margin. And then he was like, I don't remember what my notes were that day. I don't remember what was this person supposed to be. Because oftentimes I'm going, why the heck do I not have this quality? Why the heck do I not have this attribute? Why do I talk entirely too much? How do I have no concept of time whatsoever? And then whoever the inspector was, JC, Jesus, you know, signed off on that mess, pulled off the paper and was like, all right, load it up. Stamp of approval. And then I sit and I'm like super frustrated with myself. Like all the qualities that I do not like about myself. And then I realize that some of those same qualities that I do not like about myself, because it makes me feel so like nervous and weird and awkward, are the exact things that I need to have these other amazing attributes about myself. Like they go hand in hand. So you got to take the good with the bad. Okay. And you got to figure out how to make them work and like move together. Okay. So anywho, I have no concept of time. Give me a schedule and I have anxiety. No joke. No, I'm not kidding you when I tell you that. Prime example, I just went to a business retreat and there was an agenda. Be there from 8 a.m. 8 a.m. You know what? I'm so concerned of my irresponsibility with time that I am up at 5 a.m. because my body is literally fearful that I'm going to oversleep or that I'm going to not hear my alarm because I was sleeping really good that night when I normally don't really sleep good. So then my body is trying to harm itself with no sleep. Oh, get up at 5 a.m. That's way early. That's right. And I was early. Every time. Proud of myself. You know, all this stuff happens to us for a reason. That's kind of the moral of the story, is it all kind of happens for a reason. It truly does. We don't know why. Can't make sense of it. All I can think of ways to talk about it by trying to be as respectful as I possibly can of the other people is, number one, to share how I feel. I didn't do anything wrong by choosing not to have a relationship with this person. I'm not going to regret the choices that I've made. I don't feel like I need to be shamed or scolded like a child because I chose not to have any contact with someone. I'm really sad that, like I said, I've said a million times, I'm really sad that it is so public. I really am. But I truly hope that that person can find some closure and peace in their life and they can move forward. But please don't continue to tell the other person that lives with you that we don't want him, because that's also ludicrous. His mother and them don't want him. That's not true. But I'm not surprised. It's really, unfortunately, sad. Super sad. You know what that was said? Today. Today. Publicly. Today. Super unfortunate. So sad. So it doesn't matter whether we talk about it or not, whether I put it on my Facebook page or not, or I talk about it in a Facebook group. It does not matter what we say, what we don't say, how long we're silent, how long we don't talk about anything. It doesn't matter. The narrative that's created by thousands of people who watch is that we don't want someone. No one's ever said that. I've certainly never said that. You know what else isn't true? That was said, I believe, yesterday? Possibly yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Pretty sure it was possibly yesterday. That my sister is not in recovery and that it is a lie. This is kind of one of the reasons why I'm like, I don't really want to talk about it on my Facebook page because of the topic and what it's about. Like, it's difficult. But then I also am sitting here going, this is so many parts to this equation. And I just cannot keep my mouth shut about certain things. And I know that. So I better just, address it. Because I'm going to address it eventually. May 21st of last year, my sister purchased her own plane ticket and flew here. Because that was the terms of the agreement. If you want to come here, we will help you. I will help you. I will do everything I can to support you, to encourage you, to be here for you. Here are the terms of that agreement. You have to buy your own ticket. You cannot use anything. You have to do all these things. Be transparent, honest, don't lie. No contact with this other person. As long as you're here, for us, there's no contact with that person. And that person is still in Indiana. Not that person that lives in Georgia, the person who's in Indiana. So for the narrative to be created that I am ordering her not to have contact with anyone, that's not true. That was a lie as well. She has her own phone that she pays for. I'm not a dictator. I don't keep people hostage here. But I've drove her to every appointment. I've sat through every counseling session, now her one-on-one sessions, I don't go in the room with her. I drop her off and I wait outside. But every appointment she's gone to, everything that she's had to do, part of this journey, I've learned a lot from. I have been extremely involved in. I take the time out of my day most every Monday. It's a whole day of going to Savannah. A lot of times we have to leave at like 11 o'clock and then we don't get back to Rincon until 6 or 6:30. I'm giving time up from my business, my life, multiple times a month to take her not only to her appointment in Savannah, but she, throughout her treatment program, had 3 or 4 days a week where she had group meetings. So I would have to stop what I'm doing, drive her to the thing, drop her off, come back and pick her up. And there was days where on Thursdays, she would have her meeting with her counselor one-on-one. I'd have to drop her off, go home or go to work, come back an hour later, pick her up, go back, go drop her off for 4 o'clock and come back and pick her up at 5:30. Nearly 1 year of this. And I've never complained. I've never put her on blast. I've never made her feel less than. I've gone above and beyond to watch her fight for her sobriety. And somebody wants to get online because they're a negative Nancy and spread false information that she's not truly in recovery and that it's a lie. Carolyn and Christine, you two people, because I know your names. You've been here before. Don't spread false information about my sister and think that I'm not going to have an opinion about that. Don't lie on her. Because I've been there. I've watched her do these things, regardless of what you want to truly believe or not. Don't sit there and this is insulting to people in recovery. You know how hard it is for people in recovery to automatically already get trust and to be believed in the first place? Part of trusting a person in recovery is creating the grounds of trust within that person. You don't have to trust them, but you're not going to sit here and tell me that I haven't watched her fight and that she's not the hardest worker that I know, that she has not fought for her recovery, that she is not fighting now, and that she is not going to finally be an overcomer. She will win on the end of this. She's about to celebrate her 1 year of sobriety and being in recovery. Ain't no stranger online gonna steal that from her. You can act like it's not happening all day long, but do not do that. That's not okay. That's not classy. That's not godly, number one. Number two, that's not ladylike. Now, when you go and look at something that's happening on the other side of this coin on that page, and what you read the narrative of, it's a whole bunch of broken angry, lashing out women. And they're doing it to each other, feeding each other. If you find anybody who's got a simple voice of reason, they are blocked and banned. I ain't got no time. Listen, you don't want to be here, you can leave. I'm not going to block you. It's fine. You can be here if you want to. It's your choice. The devil does not own the fence unless it comes to your belief in Jesus and in sins. Like following my page or someone else's and trying to equate that to Jesus and the devil owning the fence. Come on. Like, come on. I just can't even with that. The devil owns every fence. There's temptations everywhere we look. But when it comes to what you choose to follow on Facebook, listen, that's up to you. Don't let somebody tell you that the devil owns the fence because you follow somebody's page. Make your mind up. Pick a side. No thanks. I don't need to pick a side. There's right and there's wrong. There's no sides. And people will say, well, that is sides. Well, it depends. It depends, because what you may think that is wrong, I may not see any problem with. Because it's a matter of interpretation, experience, understanding, life skills, like a number of factors that can determine how we believe about something. So, how do I believe about this? My sister has worked her tail off to be sober, clean and sober. And nobody should have put her on social media. And the thing is when she was on social media, she was developing very poor habits, poor choices. She was behaving in a very unprofessional way. Why? Because she was mimicking behavior that she had seen happen. Of course she was doing those things. She will never deny that she did those things. She's not going to act like she didn't. That's why she doesn't have a Facebook page anymore. If she wanted to go back there, she could. She has social media. She has her own phone. My goodness. Like, just the narrative that people paint on the public, and they don't think that it doesn't affect a person. You know how heartbreaking it is that people automatically think that she's never going to come out on the other side? She wants people, even if she can't believe in herself, people to believe that she can, because it helps motivate her to believe that she can. I'm proud of my sister. I'm proud of her. And you know what? Let's say hypothetically, we've already had this conversation. Let's just say hypothetically, her year comes and goes. She saves all of her money. She buys a car, and then she just disappears. And she completely used us. That's on her. Lesson learned. That's on her. Won't happen again. But you know what? I did what I felt was right in my heart to do. And now she can move on. I'm not saying that that would happen. But if no one thinks that we haven't already thought of every scenario, of course we have. We've had lots of conversations privately. That's no one's business. But I'm not going to sit here and treat her as if she's using us either. You know why? Because we've built trust with her. She works for me. She lives here. She's working on her for the first time in her life. And somehow that she's become selfish? I don't think so. So please don't come for my sister. Please, if you're watching this, please don't come for anyone who's in recovery if you truly do not know what that looks like. Because I didn't truly know what it looked like. It's hard. It's hard on her. It's hard on everyone. Educate yourself. But there are people in this world who are just negative people. They don't want to know anything more than they already do. They don't want to hear anything more than they already hear. And I said this in my Facebook group. There are people who will never be convinced. It don't matter what I say. It don't matter what I talk about. It don't matter how much I try to share and take something that's been negative and try to help it be a positive for someone so that they can come out on the other side of it. No matter what I say, people will find some negativity in it. It is what it is. I can't change their mind. Only God can do those things. All I can do is share the information, but I can tell you this right now. I am fed up. I am extremely over it. I am more than fed up. More than over it. I'm trying to remember what goes where. That doesn't go there. I should have kept these in order, and I didn't. I think that goes there. Is that right? Y'all, I don't know if I'm right or not. Let me put these on here. Here's the thing. I want you to pray for everyone. And I'm not here to tell you don't go over to that page. That person will tell you don't go over to that hate page that the pod created, that camp over there created. I didn't create that page or that group. It's not a page, it's a group. I didn't create that. I have no association with that. None whatsoever. If you follow that person, I'm not telling you don't follow them. Follow who you want to. You're a grown person. You want to enjoy that thing? That's okay. You're welcome to do so. It's a free country. But just know what to expect. It's up to you. And you know, I wish them all the success in the world. But not the way they're doing it. Now, do I want to talk about this a lot? Not likely. I don't want to talk about it a lot. I don't want it to be the thing that's discussed. I have lots of thoughts. I think what the thing is it's just really sad. It's just really sad. You know, Mother's Day is coming up. And I literally told my sister, I said, can we have an anti-Mother's Day? And people are going to take that and they're going to be like, she said she wants an anti-Mother's Day. You know why? Because I just want to skip the day. Because it's a day about something that I don't have. And that's not me trying to be jealous. It's a difficult day. But you know what? That's not real, but I said it because it made me, like, I just wanted to communicate it. That that's how I was feeling. Doesn't mean I'm going to do it. But I can't bottle it up and just keep suppressing something. I share my feelings, how I thought. I have to learn to cope with it better. I have to learn to cope with certain holidays. It's hard when you think out loud. And when you think out loud, people don't understand it. They just are like, so if you are going through something, no one understands, here's what I've learned through this. A person doesn't have to truly know every detail or understand to relate to it. Because there's always going to be this thing that happened that made them have a sense of understanding of how they could relate to something that they can't fathom. But they went through this other thing that helps them relate to you and what you're going through. And this is what I said several months ago when I said, you know, our test often becomes our testimony. And I think, like, dang, my test is very long. And I know that I am, like, compared to other people's things in life, like, they've been tested way worse than I have, okay? Like, but to me, this is worse for me. Who, you know, our trials are whatever it is to us, not because other people say, oh, that, you know, when people are like, oh gosh, that's nothing compared to what I've been through. I've had to catch myself saying that so many times because I find it so disrespectful to say to people, because I cannot possibly imagine saying that to another person and comparing what they've gone through when I have no idea what they've been through. Because there's people who are like, what's the big deal? I don't understand any of this. Like, why are you making such a big deal out of it? Because it's a big deal to me. I mean, it's a big deal to you. I've had to catch myself in so many things that I've said that I'm like, oh gosh, I need to get my life together. That was not a very nice thing to say, or that was not realistic, or whatever it may be. But I truly have. Most of you guys have been here, you know, you already know, and you just haven't truly known a lot of the things. And I just hope that it helps somebody. All right, so I'm going to glue these on here and make this really cute. Cindy, I would say that I would agree with that in a sense, but then I also disagree. So part of something being therapeutic for someone is that I don't want to say that I disagree, but I also don't know that I 100% agree. To be honest with you, if I could cope with this privately until I've overcame these challenges and struggles, that would have been the likely preference. I gave a scenario. It was not difficult. Me and my sister have had plenty of disagreements and I mean, over the course of our relationship over the years. And sometimes people would never know. We just work through it. And our timing and all these other things. And we don't have to share all the things. We can be grown adults and just agree to disagree and move forward. And I said, if this would have been a situation that was happening in the background and I was on social media, I would have literally said, you know, there's things going on. We're not, like, we disagree on things. We've decided to take, some time to create some distance to work through them. And she'll be over there on her page and I'll be over here. And you know what? You'll still see everybody, but you know what? We're just working through things. And if we decide that it's not ideal to work through, then we'll move forward. And that should have been it. I never even said anything. Never talked about it until, I believe, January, where I was advised to make a statement that I did not want to talk about it publicly at that time. And then there was a whole fiasco of accusations being made and all this other stuff in the comments. I ended up deleting that video. My sister came on and I was like, hey, you need to apologize for what you did because that was wrong. And she did. And then I didn't say anything again until like March 31st last year. Then I didn't say anything again until August last year. And I didn't say anything again until recently when, I've mentioned like I have to go to court, like I have other things going on, but like I really didn't talk about it in any sort of detail other than in the group I created away from my Facebook page until like 2 weeks ago. What was that, like four or five times publicly on my business page? Maybe 5? There's hundreds of videos. Elsewhere, hundreds. And I don't mean to make that up. Hundreds. Respect your family's privacy. Please. I pray for closure. I pray to move forward. The damage will never be resolved from what's been done to my reputation, to my integrity, to my business. There will be no, there's no erasing. I was sent a text message at one time that said, the public will just have to get on board with our story and move forward. Like nothing ever happened. What? On what planet is that even an option? The public will just get on board for whatever story? Are you for real? And I do believe that was my comment in response. That's ridiculous. The avalanche that has been created from this is spinning out of control down the mountain. The public, like they're just puppets to manipulate. You already did that when you went online and ran your mouth. Okay. I made plenty of attempts. Plenty of attempts. Sorry, I'm trying to get my spacing right. No one found out publicly that April was with us until we were on vacation in Destin. Do you want to know how she found out that she was living with us? Because I was at the bank one day and I had to go inside and get a cashier's check for my builder. And April was in the car and she was coming out of the drive-thru and saw April. And instead of leaving to go home after we said, do not contact us, do not call us, do not come by, do not trespass our property, have no contact with us. You know what happened? She pulled right up next to my car, proceeded to roll down the window and berate April. Her and him. And you know what I was told? It's a public place. No, you intentionally went out of your way to park in a parking spot after your banking transaction was done to instigate and intimidate and harass her. So we filed a report. I kept it a secret for a reason. What business did anyone have knowing that she was here? None. My followers didn't know. My community didn't know. No one knew she was here. Nope. True story. When I say my job was to do my job, I'm not just her sister. I'm not just her older sister. Like, I agreed for her to come live here and we take care of her until she's on the other side of this. You better believe that that meant protecting her from people who sent her away on a bus ticket to nowhere. 100%. Why do we have no relationship with that person? Because there's no need to. And some people will just never understand. They will just never understand. I have to move this one over just a little bit. Oh, maybe. Sorry. I gotta scooch it over. I know people have questions, and when people have questions and they want answers and they get the answers, they don't like the answers because it's not at all what they thought. I can't make the answer anything different. And then the defense is, well, she was leaving anyways. Maybe she was. She said she was coming back. So which is it? I don't know what the answer is. I was called that day and was told, come get her or else. And I'm like, I can't. I have nowhere to put her. I have no means of doing any of those things. None. I was in no position to help her. And then she asked for help. It's unfair. She does. She does. I don't get to go in and with her for some things, and this is her private recovery for her. But I know that it's very hard to watch her read things said. And she just is like, it just makes me so mad that even though they're strangers, it still holds value that people would think that she's not being honest, because that's what addicts are known for, is that you can't trust an addict. I trust her. I trust her. There's boundaries. Sure. Of course. We're not stupid. But I trust her. And I think she's earned that. May 21st. Do you know when that is? That's this month will be her 1 year. And she has done amazing. I'm extremely proud of her. And I want to throw her a party. Obviously, it'll just be us because it's just us, but that is a huge thing. And there might be somebody who watches, who hears this, who saw little snippets of this. And she will tell you that it's because she was given the opportunity to solely focus on her sobriety. And I gave her a room, gave her everything, a brand new bed, a brand new television, dresser, bedding, everything, a brand new life. Everything you have is based on the choices that you make. You can have it all today and you can lose it all tomorrow. You're grown. I have no need to babysit you and hold your hand. I will be here to support you. I'll be a listening ear. I will take you wherever you need to go. I will hold you accountable, but I am not here to be like, today's checking your phone day. Let me go through your purse. Let me go through. Why? I have no desire to do that. Either you want this or you don't. Period. And that was my approach. And she can share that with you. Like, I'm just like, I have no desire to babysit you. I have no desire for that. She has her own bank account. She's done everything that she's needed to do. If there is any form of dishonesty that has happened since she has been here, the Lord knows. Be sure your sins will find you. Okay? Just remember what the Bible says. It'll come out if it did. May not be the same thing I told my kids. It may not be today. It may not be tomorrow, but the Lord Jesus knows and he will make a way. The truth will be on the Pineapple Express on its way here to my eyeballs and my ears if needed. I'm not going to stress myself out worrying that she's concocting something behind my... What? Why? Why would I want to live that? Why would I want to welcome that and live that in my life? We don't do that here. No. Anywho. I'm in love with this. I know this was so deep, you guys. I know that this was so deep and so much and like so many conversations, so many topics that we covered, so many random rabbit holes, so much personal stuff. True transparency and true honesty of like, how do you handle something so crappy? You know, the S word, crappy. How do you handle something so crappy in your life where you just want to be like, here's the drama, here's the tea, here's the gossip, here's the stuff, and here's how I can hurt them back? I have all the power to do that. But why would I? Integrity. Character, morals, all of the things that I want to be known for. There's nothing I've said or done that I would never want anyone to hate another person. In fact, I don't hate that person. I hate their behavior, I hate their lies, I hate their choices. I hate all of those things. But hate is a very strong word. And I'm not going to let somebody paint this narrative that they're hated because that's what they think they know. Assumptions are very dangerous. And I believe I said that the other night when I was in the group. Assumptions are very dangerous. So I wanted to talk about this briefly. I didn't really think I would talk about it in much detail. Freedom. You have to break the chains and be free. And this is a ball and chain that's just zipping around, about to pull my leg off. And I just need it to be done. If I want to talk about this, I will talk about it. If I want to talk about it in detail and I want to have like a conversation, I have a Facebook group where I can have story time. There's no crafting. There's no nothing. It's literally personal stuff. It's life stuff. It's chatty stuff. We could talk about crimes. We could talk about whatever we want because it's story time. But I will say this. I'm not going to go and let anyone think that I'm going to lie or be dishonest or any of those things. No reason for that. But I'm also not going to let someone paint a picture of why they think that I have no relationship with someone based on lies. I have so many thoughts. And I just know that I don't know if I shared this, but I do want to say this. And this is one of the things that I think is the most important thing for me about this situation. Is the length that a person went to falsely accuse me, to utilize a witness program in our county to help file that paperwork, to drag it out November, December, January, February, March, April. Drag it out 6 months, half of a year. Make all these accusations. And then at the very end, this is where I don't understand. The very end, we file a 22-page case brief, motion to dismiss, on February 28th. By April 12th, no one had responded. If I were on the other side of that, truly being the victim, there was no February 29th this year. So on March 1st, I would be in my attorney's office going, this is wrong. Because if it truly happened, then why was there no response for not more than the 28 days that are required? That would have put it at like April 2nd or 3rd. give or take, an additional 11 days were given to that person, and they still had no response to the court. So when a motion is issued, the party gets to issue a response. There was nothing. So then we pursued it to go before the judge to be read and heard. And it was granted to dismiss the charges, the accusation, the claim. You spend 6 months. Do you see where I'm trying to understand? Spend 6 months, but then all of a sudden out of nowhere, with even additional time, you don't even respond? Because there was no response to give. Because they were false claims. That's my opinion. So anyways, do you understand that now it's not just a whole petty social media stuff going on. There is courts involved, case law involved, thousands of dollars involved, attorneys involved. How do you suggest we just forgive and move on? I'm at a point in my life where that would be too much of a over my shoulder fear that I'm not willing to live with every day. That at the moment's notice, this person can just do this to me. No, thank you. First of all, I don't even want to be in a relationship with someone like that, where I even have to have that uncomfortableness with a person who has a mega title in my life and lost it. They can call themselves whatever they want. Call yourself what you want. I don't have to call that. You can call yourself what you want. Same for myself. I can call myself whatever I want. Call myself hot air balloon. Doesn't mean it is. But we wonder why we're so hurt by the public's perception of this whole situation. Because a whole lot of people don't know a whole lot of stuff about things. And it's just unfair. And I know life's not fair. I get it. Life isn't fair. But please ask yourself, like I said before, what are the things on the checklist that would lead to a complete separation of an entire family? You have 2 people here and we have everyone else over here. 2, everyone else. And it's been pretty well played out on social media. I haven't really said a whole lot, but the other party has said a whole heck of a lot. I mean, you could write a freaking Lifetime movie special on just what's over there, okay? And I don't like to say over there, but that's what makes sense, is on that party's platform area. Why? Why do you think that? You're like, I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine doing this to so-and-so. Well, me either. I don't disagree with you. God, me either. Because I didn't do anything. I chose to not participate. And when I was constantly being accused of being the ringleader in the participation, I was like, this is crazy. And you're now going online and telling people I'm a ringleader? Come on, that's just ridiculous. Please stop going online and telling your followers all these lies. Send. I'm asking you yet again to please stop going online and lying. Painting a false picture, painting a false narrative. Send. You know how many times I sent private messages privately before I ever said anything publicly? Months. In fact, November 4th, to March 31st. That's how long. That's how long. And the problem is the public wants the proof. Otherwise, they can't support you. They gossip about you. They lie about you. They stop associating with you. They send you nasty messages, scolding you and telling you what a terrible person you are for how you've done things. Like, this is insane. But until you truly know all the inner workings of all the details, unfortunately, you are wrong. And I'm really sad about that. But you know what? We all have to live and learn. But I hope somebody can take something from this. Don't ever go online and do this to your family. It's a betrayal like nobody's ever seen. It's one thing when you got like 500 Facebook friends and half of them you don't even know, and the other 12 are like from your high school reunion, and then you got 2 friends from church. And there's very few people that see a lot of the stuff you do, and you go online and you go blasting your brother-in-law. It's another thing when you have 100,000 people that you're on there talking to and chatting with all the time about things in your life. And then you're leading people to believe that somehow your health concerns are of the fault of your family, but it has nothing to do with your whole entire life history of health problems. It must be because your family did it. Please do not treat people like this. Please do not treat people like this. You cannot expect to live some 60-something plus years, or however old that an individual, as an example, would be, and then think that out of nowhere, none of the things that you've done in your entire life ever contributed. Your past health, like hereditary eating choices, lack of whatever it is, maybe legitimate health concerns, could never have been a contribution to what happened. It just must have been those daughters. It's extremely sad. So if anybody can learn anything from this, please communicate better with your family. Please sit down and have hard conversations. Please be uncomfortable. Be willing to be uncomfortable. Please. If there's one thing that I can advocate for in this whole situation, is communication. Private communication. Please. I'm really sad and I'm really sorry. And I appreciate the time that we got to have together, having this conversation. And I feel a sense of relief because I'm like, oh, we're talking about it kind of super late at night and not a lot of people are up, or not a lot of people are like here. And it makes me feel better. That I feel like, but it's still public. People can still watch this. And I hope the right people watch it at the right time. It's certainly not because I have an ulterior motive or an agenda to come after somebody else. That's not it at all. In fact, if you want to support them, that's completely your choice. I'm not going to block you. I'm not going to punish you like other people do. I'm not going to do any of those things. But if you lie and pot stir and say things that, you know, just repeating the same narrative that you've been told when you have absolutely no idea how wrong you are, because I have the proof that says you're wrong. If you continue to do those things, like, then it's just established that you're just, it's not a place for you anymore, and that you don't have there's nothing good for you to take away from this. So my goal is to bring positivity to people's lives through hard conversations and life lessons and crafting and having fun and exploring, you know, painting and decorating and just things like that. But if I truly evaluate what do I stand for, doing the right thing. But forgiveness is not relationships. And titles don't entitle you. Just because it's public and on social media doesn't mean that you have any right to tell the story and invade someone's privacy and paint them in a false light with information that isn't true. And then when you're called out for it, you try to shut them up. Yeah, that doesn't work for me either. So take something positive away. If anything, you can be inspired by our super cute craft. It says freedom. You guys, it says freedom. I think my sister's going to be really upset that they didn't get to do this with me, but that's okay. That's okay. I have other thoughts too. I have other thoughts, but I'm, what I say here stays here? Oh no. Thing is I don't really care if they watch. They watch all the time. I don't really care. They can go back, they can watch and go report it to whoever they want to. Like, I don't care. They can catalog it. I don't care. The difference is I don't care if you quote me. I don't care if you catalog me because I have nothing to hide. I don't care if you dissect me and investigate. I have nothing to hide. Like, I have all the receipts. In fact, it's on my phone. There's nothing I've said this evening that isn't true. Contrary to other people telling you there's nothing I've said that isn't true, because I have the proof that disputes that it's not true. Like, that's ridiculous. Anyways, this should never become a tit for tat or who's right and who's wrong. The point of the matter is this, is she's trying to say she's not lying. I'm saying I'm not lying. And at the end of the day, I have the receipts. If you like them, I'll give them to you. If you don't, that's fine. But if you want to go get the receipts from the other party, you're not going to find them there. And that is also a true statement. So you can take it for whatever it's worth. I don't need to prove anything. I just need to speak up and do the right thing. That's all this is. Set the understanding of expectations. I'm not a doormat. Not going to be lied about and falsely accused and think that I'm just going to sit down and take it. Not today, not never. I don't care who you are. Anyways, you will choose, like I said before in my group, you will choose to believe what you want. And I want to remind you, you can go see that group. It's public. You don't have to be a member. There's nothing hidden behind anything. Like, there's no secret society. You don't got to pay $1. You don't got to pay $5. We're not trying to keep trolls out. We're not trying to keep haters out. In fact, I don't ever want to make a dime off of that. Unlike other people who've been advised, which is absolutely absurd. Of course, trolls have bank accounts. They're called gift cards. You can get a gift card under anybody's name. It doesn't have to just be a bank account. You can get a gift card. You can put whatever name you want on there. You can make you a Facebook account. Trolls can still get in. This just goes to show. If you have to charge a fee for a Facebook group for your people to come into to listen to you talk about stuff, you have something to hide. I have a private Facebook group for people to come craft secret crafts in because we want to hide it from the people who don't pay, right? But if you're going to create a Facebook group to talk about things in your life and hide behind a dollar amount because trolls can't get in there, it's clear that you have something to hide. Because I don't care if the haters come to my page. You're welcome here. I doubt you'll stay long because you'll eventually find that you're not going to get fed what you want here, but you're welcome to come here. I don't care. You can talk about my hat. You can talk about the fact that I talk too much. You can talk about getting to the craft. You can talk about the fact that I run a business and I charge for a craft kit. You can talk about how you're super sad that I don't do Dollar Tree anymore. Like, you can do all the things, but eventually when you don't get what you want out of it, you will leave on your own. And I don't have to force you to do that. But everyone's welcome here. Everyone's welcome here. I have nothing to hide. I don't need to charge. My Facebook group's completely public and you don't have to join to see anything said. But if you want to make a comment, you have to agree to Facebook's rules. You have to agree to Facebook's rules. And that's not just my rule, that's Facebook's rules. And that just releases liability from what you say to, I mean, like, I can't be liable for what you say, number one. It's Facebook. You're saying it yourself. Number two, you're who you say you are. Identity theft is a thing. Don't do it. Don't pretend to be someone else because you want to hide. If you come out of the dark and hiding and be who you are, or you be quiet and sit down. Because ain't nobody got time for fake trolls. Why? That applies to anybody. Anybody. There's no reason why anybody needs to have a fake account. That's so ridiculous. It's too much daggone work. I really like that for the most part, what I've seen is that when we have this conversation, you have your opinions, you have your thoughts, and you are extremely respectful with your communications, more or less about the topics of things, versus just calling people names or being outlandish towards another person. Like, the core things that we've talked about here are about honesty, boundaries, expectation, choices, trust, betrayal, responsibility, accountability, influence, self-control, pride. Like, it's not just about the behaviors of another person to attack the person. It's the core root of the problem is life in general. How we behave ourselves, how we carry ourselves, how we cope with certain things, how we communicate, how we overcome, how we rise above, how we face challenges and hurdles in life, and extremely poor coping skills. And I have had extremely poor coping skills. Take something from this. If you, like I said, if you are a person who's going through something similar or comparable, please talk with a counselor, find a happy medium. If the person is not willing to do that, then you just have to start to like, hey, we need distance. Hey, we need to take some time. We need time out. When we do agree to come back together, I still think that there needs to be someone that's a professional. But some things are just not as simple as forgive and forget. And it's really sad. But thank you for hanging out with me. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate you guys listening. I appreciate you guys listening. Oh gosh, not everyone is going to agree. Absolutely right. 100%. I'm not naive. That's the thing. I'm not stupid. I'm not naive. I'm pretty smart. I'm pretty smart when it comes to just understanding people in general. People are nosy. People are going to watch this. They're not going to listen to a daggone thing I have said. They're going to skip through things and miss parts of it. And they're going to likely do the exact opposite of what I would have advised them to possibly do. Like, don't go over there. Don't go to someone else's Facebook page and then go over there and say that this was a rant. Yeah, I mean, you could say that it was if you want to. If that's what you want to call it, you can call it whatever you want. We've already established that. You can do what you want. You're grown up. But don't be surprised when other people see it very different than your perspective. the fact that I mentioned any of this automatically, even if it was just a breathy word, just like a passing breath word, like, you know, one that people barely heard, automatically makes it a rant. Because that's the narrative. It's drama. People like drama. People like gossip. People like pot stir. Okay. You do you, boo. Don't be surprised when I got something to say. So if you'd like to get this one, our shipping time is about 3 days to process. How to get so smart? Life. And I don't even think I'm that smart. I don't even think that I'm that smart. You know what I feel like it is? And I'm just going to be really honest with y'all. Carol's like laughing. I'm going to be really honest with you. Having an open mind. Being open-minded. Being nosy, because I am nosy. I am super nosy. And then like I said it earlier, I break it down like a complex math problem. I am very in my thoughts. I think very deeply. I think extreme. I think in the details. I ask a lot of why questions. I am very, very, very nosy. Very curious. I do a lot of research. I try to have a lot of understanding. I try to use myself as an example. How would I think about that? What would I feel? What would I say? Well, something just ain't right about that, because I don't know that I would even ever have went down that road. Like that just, what? That's crazy. Like, I don't just listen and be like, oh, the road's closed ahead? Okay. How far up is the road closed? Like, that's me. I'm like, let's go see. Some people are like, oh, just turn around and go. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with just turning around and going back the other way. I am going to be the person who's like, oh, it was 82 miles down the road. Dude, you could have went the 5 miles that you needed to go and went left. Like, it was 82 miles. The road closed ahead is very, very broad. Do you see what I'm saying? Road closed ahead could mean anything. It could be 2 steps, 100 miles, 5,000 miles. So I want to know the extra details that they left out. Road closed where? How far? At what turn? Are there stoplights out too? Is there flooding? Is the road just... Look, I'm nosy. Want to know. So how did I get smart? I don't feel like I just got smart. I have a lot of stuff to learn. I'm just very curious. And I try to retain a lot of information. I think some people have good critical thinking skills, and some people have like book smarts, and some people have like street skills and like a number of things. Like we all come with different things, but I don't know why. I don't know why God created me this way, and why he didn't create me a totally different way. I don't know why. But I also think that willingness is a huge factor as well. Being willing. The thumbnail. It's so amazing. Intellectual curiosity. You know, Janie, I'm not even that old. I see fire trucks and I want to follow. Me too, Tammy. Oh my gosh. Here's the thing. I know that comments are made like you don't, like people have said, I don't see how your children could do this. I don't see how a parent could do this. And I'm not going to say whatever, but people don't understand why things are the way they are. So I did not do what this person wanted or thought that I should do for me. And when they did not get the outcome that they desired, it was all of this is against me. I need to go get people to be on my side because now I feel alone and blindsided and all these other things. It's one of the ways that people adapt to acceptance by saying, all these people over here, based on the knowledge I gave them, all think you're wrong. So see, you're wrong. And now this is the new narrative over here. It doesn't matter what happened originally because that is erased. This is the new narrative. The new narrative is what went out and got from the public. And that's now what's continued. The whole original problems at hand are not even discussed. Not even brought up. Has anyone heard about that? As to where this all kind of started? No, you haven't. Because they aren't going to talk about that. That would require ownership of what they did. But it wasn't to me, and it wasn't being accountable to me. It was being accountable to someone else completely. But guess who could be hurt the most? Not them, it was me, because I have something to lose. My entire business, my reputation, my integrity, my character. That's what happens when a person is at fight or flight. They are not going to give up what they have for their agenda for anything. Don't matter who you are. It's not a matter of right and wrong. It's a matter of pride. Because if anybody watched a video baking something that included an apology, does anyone remember that? All the accountability and truth of, I did this, I never intended this, it was never meant to be this, is still public. But then when the apology was not accepted with an instant erasing of all the things and moving forward, then it was, I did that all for nothing. You don't apologize for nothing. If you mean your apology, you mean it. If you don't, then you don't. But you don't go online and publicly apologize to your family and then turn around and tell them, hey, did you see the video I posted? What? Don't apologize to your family like that, by the way. That's not one way to get brownie points. And that's truly not one way to regain trust with someone. You publicly apologize to the people who didn't want you publicly doing it in the first place. I'm telling you, when you start writing down why, it makes not a lick of sense. And you know what? I will never understand, but God does. And you know what? I will talk about it. I will say my piece and I will move forward because I am not going to live my life in bondage to this. Not. I've done it for entirely too long. So at some point in time, I will feel enough safety for myself that just enough truth is out there to not even to defend myself or to prove anything, but just for people to find, because I feel like the internet lives forever, that we'll move forward. We'll move forward. But won't be with that person. And it's really unfortunate. Those are the choices that they made. I won't be held accountable for the choices that they have made. I didn't choose to go on Facebook and run my mouth and disrespect my family. They did. I didn't choose to keep doing it when they repeatedly asked for them to stop. They did. They were warned the consequences of continuing to do this. They continued. Why are they where they are right now? Because of their choices that have nothing to do with me. And I'm not going to be blamed or held accountable for the outcome of their choices. You reap what you sow. And I do believe that there was a video at Christmas time talking about how we will reap what we sow. That was over a year ago now. What am I reaping? What am I sowing? I'm moving forward. I have a family. We're working on each other. Reaping and sowing will always come out in the wash. It just burns me up when people want to just constantly quote the Bible and act like they just know all the things. You know a brief smidge of someone's life for a few hours, a few moments in a day or a month or a week, and then it just seems like you know them so well because, yeah, you have gotten to know them over the course of several years, and you hear their voice and you hear their personality and you get to know them and all this other stuff, but you truly don't know these people. No one on the internet do you truly know. We are all battling something that we can relate to, but we truly do not know each other. And it's not meant to be that way. And that's okay. But I will create an atmosphere for you to discern what you want to believe. And I don't need people's pity. I want people to believe me, but I don't need people to believe me. I don't need that validation because I have enough validation for myself. I don't care if you believe me at this point. That's on you. That's on you. But if you are a praying person, I pray that healing and restoration can come from that for that person, for within themselves. Not because it's healing and restoration because of relationships. And that's just for me. But I hope that that person can find some closure for themselves. They can move forward. They can create a fantastic life. They can let this go and stop bringing it up and finding ways to bring it up. I mean, my birthday couldn't even be about me. My own birthday couldn't even be about me. But you know what's funny? And we and my sister talked about this. Not only was my birthday this year brought up on that page. My birthday last year was brought up on that page. But you know whose birthdays weren't? My sister's. Anyone find that odd? Very unusual. April's birthday was the first. No, she didn't do a special talk about her experience then. My sister Angela's birthday is on the 19th. Wonder why she didn't get a special promo video. Why is it that everything that comes up always equates to me being the problem? Does anyone see this pattern here? Camps, pods, all of them over there, the hate page. I mean, it's just, at what point do you think God is in the room with this conversation on that page all the time? And this is the topic. At what point do you think that that is appropriate behavior for God to be like, looks like a good idea. Let's keep on with this one. No. And then to watch other people's lives be invaded and disrespected. Oh, you shouldn't talk about that person. Well, I'm going to do it anyways. And then to get real nasty and hateful and scolding to somebody on there. Come on. That is not behavior that is becoming of a Christian woman. It's inappropriate. That should have never been handled publicly, but it was. We will know that by the fruit that they bear. Isn't that what we're taught? Hang around here, decide what you like, hang around there, see what it's about, and you can discern for yourself. You are able to decide if you want to completely walk away from everything. You don't want to be a crafter no more because of this. I'm so sorry, but it's happened. You don't want to do any of the stuff. Like, this is insanity at this point for me because it's just ridiculous. That's all I got. That's all I got, y'all. The thing is there's so much stuff that I could just sit here and I could. And I don't want to just continue to talk just to make it sound so bad or be so accusatory. But there's so many things that just don't make sense. There's just so many things that just absolutely do not line up. They do not make sense. For me. Oh, Cindy, I did a thumbnail. I did one. But I'm going to put this on my kitchen island. But I'll let you guys go. It's super late in the middle of the night. What's new, right? What's new? Terry, you're not wrong. I'm learning that. I'm learning a lot of things through counseling myself. So, and I will say that everybody's counseling is special for them, for what applies to you. So, you have to go and seek counseling from people that can help tailor it to your needs. So I can only share the thoughts and things that I've learned through counseling myself. Where'd I put the craft truck? Oh, it's at the warehouse building. I took it there so that I could take really cute pictures. Kelly, I'm sad too, but it's okay. It's okay. Y'all enjoy your evening. I might be back tomorrow for like during the day for a craft. I really want to get one of those done. And then I'll be back on Friday. And y'all have a good evening, and I will see you guys next time. Thank you for hanging out and listening and being a part of the conversation and handling it respectfully, even if the trolls come or the naysayers or the disagreeers or whatever, people with free thinkers. Come, just be respectful to people. Just agree to disagree. Be respectful. Try to handle things with class and integrity. And it's okay to disagree with someone, but do it in a tasteful manner. Just try to do things in a tasteful manner, because that's how we learn how to be better communicators, is through opportunities of growth. So y'all have a great evening, and I'll see you guys next time.